I'm going to that app can go to full screen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What are close? By breaking their well-known spook what I will respect the news. Welcome to the lovely street. And we will all here in the subterraneans. I'll just have to count the cool area level before I do anything. Now, some currently, right now we'll be looking for a spot. Now, where I can build, start to build. Anytime they can change that. So, here we go. Managely, let's only so that will be something that can be moving. I tend to do it then. Think which was because they have more stuff and all the rooms and what can I think then the landscape as if need be where things that all then provides the path just you actually looks like snares and snow bits so where the snow is I can probably do some stuff and this is a benefit so then this perfect so I'm going to what here goes the fence. And that road turned down. That your basket be a meal cover. this new fight. I am destroying the village. Now I'm rebuilding it so that there can be LDs start from scratch. And I really do not want to terraform thing. Then survival mode. So doing this in creative, though always destroying the village. It's actually easier way. Then there's could be some things where that each building will be a different style of make build architect side and build so that each building that's their own unique. And I would mop up their house. Oh, yeah, well, I'm currently using. I will be able to use the stuff found the mods in the build. So, useful. And also, in this stuff, the world up to others, I'll be able to also get a crew into the world. And this is all in sort of a nice single player world. So it will be taking a bit of time so I can unveil the world. Let's make server, but anytime it's all gonna be in a single player world, so I can't be playing. Hey, the NPC mod pack, and I will probably certainly ask you some of my friends then out to, and with that there's or at least certain work with this. We'll play. But in the meantime, I'm just waiting road. You making sure everything is good and set up. That's my shit. Stop. And you get it ready. The Pacific will play that I want to do. We'll take some time and get ready for that road. Thing that's like, oh, well, that's still be even amongst other things. Yeah, and they're home the even after their first dose of the Minecraft will play and out. I will make a Discord channel or Discord servers that you guys can come in and voice your opinions on some stuff. You know, and to get like some sneak peeks and talk amongst yourself. But that will also be taking some time. So I'll be getting that set up around the time and the YouTube, the series comes out. But in the meantime, you guys can lean back, relax, and watch this be right there. from Spanish. And so that we can talk and stuff. Other stuff. I am a managing partner. Eventually, I can combine these together with one day. And in the connection, so then when she hits you, because I'm gonna instead of pulling up Spotify, we are there's you guys should actually listen to these guys.
You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon.
Yeah. They actually have the podcast going on called Ghost Maps. They guys should definitely watch it. Because they're actually a really good YouTube channel and one of the number.
Ghost Maps. The beginning. Hadn't seen him since late 2000. Something had changed after the turn of the century, we had both agreed. We decided to go separate ways. So imagine my surprise when I received a letter from him 2 days ago, asking me to meet him here tonight. Coffee shops always remind me why I stay in Singapore. Weekly lit signs illuminating all kinds of people from around the neighborhood. Middle-aged men and women yelling out orders with the tinkling of metal spoons against glass cups. The smell of prata, noodles, so many other types of oily food wafting through the air, mixed with the fumes of passing cars. It's one of the few things that feels truly, timelessly Singaporean. The other is its stories. He arrives 2 minutes before the scheduled time, takes a seat across me. The woman from the drink stall, with years of struggles showing at the corners of her eyes and lips, asks him coarsely what he wants. He orders a teh alia, then finally acknowledges me with a nod. He tells me he's dying. I ask him what it's from. He doesn't know, but he knows it's soon. I ask him how he knows, and he tells me he's seen him, his guardian spirit. One day when he was a child, he was walking down a dirt path lined with banana trees. This was years before I was born, years before this country was filled with skyscrapers or even HDB blocks, in a time when these type of stories mattered. Anyway, from the dirt path, he saw a young girl he had never seen before, smiling and waving him over, her strangely spotless white dress flapping in a wind that wasn't there. He ran across to say hello, but didn't notice the lorry barreling towards him. Before his life could be unceremoniously cut short, he was hoisted off the ground and tossed to the other side of the path. He opened his eyes and, through a cloud of dust, saw the lorry drive off, and the sound of the driver yelling at him in Cantonese fading off into the distance. His attention then moved to the treetops, where he briefly caught a glimpse of the girl in white, smiling at him. But before he could react, his view was blocked by an 8-foot-tall giant, whose body seemed to be carved from the darkest stone. The giant carried a sword sheathed in a silk belt and wore a majestic turban. He watched as the giant turned and chased something that seemed to be jumping from tree to tree. That was the first time he'd ever peered over onto the other side and saw Singapore for what it really was. His teh alia arrives and he takes a small sip. He's old now, his face weathered and brown from the years of doing what we do. Soon he will do more than just peer into the other side, he says. He tells me that his health had deteriorated over the last 2 decades. He takes more medicine now. Can't remember what some of the pills are even for. Tells me that he was lying in bed the other night, couldn't sleep because of chest pains. He leaned over to his side table to take some of his pills and saw the little girl from the dirt road outside his window. His unit, it reminds me, is 10 floors from the ground. The girl hadn't aged one bit, and her white dress remained remarkably spotless. She waved at him again, smiling and gesturing him towards her just like she did those decades ago. But there was something different about her smile now. He clutched his chest, feeling his heart beat faster than he ever had. It was not fear, he tells me. He had stared into the faces of far worse since that day on the dirt road. I believe him. After all, I've stood by his side on many of those occasions. Her smile grows slightly wider. She floated closer, tapped on his window with fingers that are too long and bent to belong to a child. But then suddenly, she stopped and her smile faded. She was looking at something behind him. He turned and saw a sword sheathed in a belt of silk. He turned back to the window immediately, but the girl was gone. Behind him, the giant spoke to him for the first time. The giant told him that he has done all he could for him over these decades, but he must go now. Someone else needed him. My old friend asked, what happens now? The giant told him that he should know. He told him to make his peace, and he told him that what he does is still needed. My friend tells me that what we did is still needed. After over a decade of charting the map of Singapore's stories together, there's still plenty more stories that we never uncovered, he says. He tells me that this is his dying wish of me. I light my cigarette and can only nod. He finishes his te alia, stands up, and leaves. No one shows up for his funeral except me. Around the corner of a tree, I hear the faint sound of a little girl laughing. Off in the distance, however, I see a giant figure wearing a turban. You asked me why I reached out to you. No one tells these kind of stories anymore, you said. Not even because it's pantang, but because no one cares. But that's not true. I care. People still care. And if we lose these types of stories, then more than we know is lost. Not the least of which is who we are. See, Southeast Asia is what it is for a number of reasons. Coffee shops, oily food, cursing in different languages, and ghost stories. So that's why I reached out to you when I heard about what you had experienced. Now, let's start from the beginning. Where did you say these incidents happened? If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. Ghost Maps. Entry 1, Jalan Kayu. Desmond fiddles with his crucifix as he orders a copio, almost like a security blanket. He looks around nervously as I place my recorder on the table. I ask him if he's alright 3 times before he looks at me with a lost look on his face. He apologizes and says it's fine. Says it's just nervous, that's all. I'm apparently the first person he's talked to about this incident, outside of my contact, Father Aloysius. I've known Aloysius for years, back when I did this even more regularly than I do now. He's a man who has many stories, but this one isn't his to tell. This is Desmond's. His copio arrives and he stirs it absently. I assure him that it's all right, that he could tell me where the incident happened. He tells me he lives in Jalan Kayu, but he's not sure if that's where things started. Tell me where it started then, I say, as soothingly as I can manage. His friends had invited him and his wife, Melissa, out for drinks at a bar in Sembawang. It was in a lesser developed area, so they had to drive to get there. That, he assures me suddenly, is how he knows he wasn't drunk when the incident happened. I remind him that I'm not someone who's prone to skepticism about these sorts of things. He nods slowly. He clearly doesn't believe me yet, but he continues. He says that the drive to and fro was through an area with lots of trees and only a simple dirt road. He got lost a couple times, ended up at some small construction site or at a dead end. But eventually, they found a bar. This was at around 7:30. They had dinner, 1 or maybe 2 drinks, hung out for a while, then headed home at around 10:30. On the drive back, he noticed how the dirt path was barely lit. They got a little lost again. At one point, they heard a scratching noise from the roof of their car. They assumed it was low-hanging branches. Eventually, they made it out and were on the expressway back to their place. Their home was a more than modest landed property. On either side, a row of bushes and trees as tall as the house. On the sloping driveway was Desmond's basketball. As the gate opened, Desmond notices a rustling in the bushes on the left of the house. He laughs. He remembers, clearly joking Melissa, how weird it would be if their dog Max came running out from somewhere else. But as the gate closed, Max walks slowly out of their front door. Desmond and Melissa were a little freaked out, but reasoned that it was maybe an animal from somewhere around the neighborhood. Stray cat, dog, even a snake. This was Jalan Kayu after all. Melissa made her way into the house, Googling the number for animal control. And that's when Desmond caught a whiff of frangipani. He broke from his story for a moment to tell me that he doesn't normally believe in this sort of thing. He tells me he's Catholic, and he knew all about possessions, exorcisms, but this frangipani thing, he says, is so... Kampong, I suggest. He nods, slowly. He continues with this story. He didn't say anything to Melissa. He didn't see a need to. It was just a flowery smell, that's all. Strange, sure, but nothing to be alarmed about. That was until he saw his basketball slowly roll up the driveway slope. He tried not to panic, but that was when the rustling got louder, almost as if whatever was in there could sense his fear. Desmond ran into the house and shut the door. He told Melissa to stop calling animal control and start calling Father Aloysius. Why a priest? She asked him, but he could tell that she knew. She only asked because she hoped that he'd say it was a joke or that he misspoke. Just call him, he said. Desmond starts saying the rosary. When Melissa's done with the call, she joins him. He takes a sip of his copio, the first one he's taken since his drink arrived. The funny thing is, he says to me, that he never expected that something like this would happen to someone like him. Tells me that he's a good Catholic, not just a name. He doesn't just go to church, he says. He also doesn't gossip about the other parishioners. He tries to lead his life by the words of the Bible. But even then, even after 28 years of being a good Catholic, somehow, it still happened to him. He stares off into the distance for a while, and Father Aloysius, he says something. Father Aloysius arrived at Desmond and Melissa's 20 minutes later. Desmond had always gone to the Immaculate Heart of Mary Church since he was a kid, and even after he had moved out of the Serangoon area. So the old priest was a familiar face. Father Aloysius, Desmond stresses to me, looked perfectly calm, even after he had told them what had happened. The priest headed to the bushes where the rustling was. He started saying prayers in Latin, splashing holy water into the bushes. The priest's prayers got louder and louder, and with each line it seemed like whatever was in those bushes was gonna leap out and tear Aloysius apart. But the old priest wouldn't move, wouldn't flinch. His expression, Desmond tells me, was exactly the same as when he arrived. Calm, polite, but his voice, just like that, it was done. No more rustling, no more snarling. Father Aloysius asked if he could have some tea. Melissa ran to the kitchen to make him a cup. The priest calmly told Desmond that he'll need to say a full decade of the rosary every day for at least a month. He smiled genially and also told him that he should be careful where he goes and what he picks up. Because you can never be too sure what still lurks around Singapore, I say. Desmond looks at me stunned. He tells me that's exactly what the priest said to him. I simply smile. Desmond stares off into the distance again, fiddling with his crucifix. I realize now that's not that it's a safety blanket for him. Not anymore. All that fiddling with the item is him trying to come to grasp with a part of his faith he had very little understanding or knowledge of. I tell him that I have all I need and turn off my recorder. I thank him, and he mumbles something in response. As I'm about to leave, I decided to do the man a favor. Hey, talk to Aloysius about this, I tell him. The old man can help you beyond these simple instructions. How do you know that? How could you possibly know what I'm going through? He asks, not defensively, but almost hopelessly. And I tell him that I went through something similar when I was younger, and Aloysius helped me. He looks at me for a moment and sees some truth in my words. He thanks me, his voice a little steadier than before, and I finally leave. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. Ghost Maps. Entry 2, Upper Serangoon Road. Jeffrey asked me to sit on the other side of the table. I ask him why, but he mumbles out a barely coherent reply. I shrug and oblige, shifting seats. It's then that I noticed the difference. The seat I was in faced the wall plastered with beer ads, with hardly anybody passing by. The seat I shifted to faces the crowds, walking up and down the pavement next to the coffee shop on this sunny Sunday morning. I look back at Jeffrey and nod slightly, trying to put him at ease to show that I acknowledge his discomfort. He can't even meet my gaze. Jeffrey's eyes twitch every few seconds. It's not obvious enough that you notice if you weren't paying attention, but it's there. I can't. Faces. He tries to explain to me. I tell him it's okay. I say, just tell me where your story starts. Jeffrey lived in Upper Serangoon Road for about 2 years now. His mother moved into one of the newer condominiums after her divorce was finalized. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened before this one particular Saturday. Jeffrey thought his younger brother, Ernest, had gone off for a camping trip with some friends to Pulau Ubin early in the morning. When he woke up though, hungover, bleary-eyed, Jeffrey was startled by his sibling. Ernest was standing across the hallway from him, at his own bedroom door. He wore a scowl on his face that didn't seem particularly menacing. It still disconcerted Jeffrey a little. Part of it was that Ernest was breathing heavily, but was otherwise standing completely still. What troubled Jeffrey the most, though, was that Ernest wasn't staring directly at him, just in his general direction. "What's your problem?" Jeffrey asked, shrugging off his unease and sizing Ernest up the way brothers do. Nothing. No reply. No movement. Just the scowl. Not the mood for a sibling's silent tantrum, and certainly not at 10 in the morning. Jeffrey cursed at him and headed to the kitchen for breakfast. When he came back, Ernest wasn't outside his room anymore. Jeffrey peeked through the open door to see Ernest standing in a corner. His scowl was replaced by a malicious grin. His eyes still didn't focus directly on Jeffrey. His shoulders rose and dropped as he continued breathing heavily. Are you okay? Jeffrey asked, hesitantly. Ko? Was all Ernest replied, calling out to his older brother in a tone that contrasted the expression on his face. Ernest sounded scared, even as he continued to grin in Jeffrey's direction. What's wrong? Jeffrey ventured. Ko? Ernest replied, terror still in his voice. Ernest? Jeffrey said, taking a step into the room. But the moment he crossed the threshold, Ernest's expression reverted back to a scowl. Unconsciously, Jeffrey took a step back out of the room. He stared at his brother for a while longer, and finally shook off his worry as best as he could, and closed the door behind him. I showered, knocked on my mom's door to say goodbye to her, and I just left. Jeffrey tells me, sipping a Coke that I helped him order. Throughout the day, I keep thinking about the looks he gave me. I asked Jeffrey where he went that day, and he says that he just wandered around. It didn't matter where he went. He just don't want to be at home. Eventually, though, Jeffrey did return home. It was 6:30 in the evening, and comforting sounds of his mother cooking in the kitchen greeted him as he walked in. He yelled a greeting to his mother as he headed to his bedroom to change. He stopped in front of Ernest's door first. It was closed, just like he left it. He opened the door, slowly, carefully. No one. He sighed with relief and went to get changed. He came back out of the kitchen and exchanged pleasantries with his mother before asking her, "What's Ernest's problem?" She asked him what he was talking about. "This morning," Jeffrey said. "He looked moody as shit. Did his Ubin thing get cancelled?" His mother's face went pale. She looked him dead in the eyes, said that Ernest left for Ubin the evening before, and he'd been there since. We tried calling him and everything. We couldn't get through, Jeffrey tells me, his eyes darting around, the twitch more pronounced now. When he came back, he told us that he was having problems on Ubin. I tell him that I'm planning to interview Ernest next about those problems. I ask him if he wants to stay, but he quickly declines. I can't. He stammers, and I tell him it's okay if he has to be somewhere else. Jeffrey tells me he doesn't have anywhere else to be. He tells me that he moved out of the apartments on Upper Serangoon Road soon after the incident. He hasn't seen his brother since, but he still thinks he sees his face sometimes, out of the corner of his eye, always grinning or scowling. Jeffrey stands up, kicking his chair back to the ground, and shuffles away. I try to stop him, but he's gone before I can get a word out. So I sit back down, stare out at the Sunday morning passerbys going up and down the pavement next to the coffee shop. My appointment with his brother isn't for another 10 minutes, but I could swear I spot his face a couple times in the crowd. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. Ghost Maps. Entry 3. Pulau Ubin. He's excited. I can tell, even before he takes a seat across from me. Ernest introduces himself and orders his drink. He's not the first person I've known who's actually eager to tell a story about an encounter, but it's still always surprising. I tell him so, and he laughs. And it's a good-natured laugh. The kind of laugh someone who's had to laugh for far worse in his life. I get it, he says. But I can either be traumatized by it, or I can look on the bright side. I ask him, what is the bright side? He tells me that now he's got a true blue ghost story to tell. He says he never had one, all through national service or when he was growing up. And I survived, he says. I don't think I ever felt more alive as when I stepped onto the jetty in Changi that Saturday evening. I ask him to start from the beginning. Ernest had gone camping with his buddy Dave on the beach on the west side of Pulau Ubin. They'd left on a Friday night in a ferry with about 5 other people, and the plan was to stay there till that Sunday morning. Roughing it out, they said. Really get a sense of what it was like to enjoy nature. Of course, he would later recall with a laugh that they'd brought enough snacks to last them the weekend. Still, it started out as good fun, making the trip, setting up camp, and getting a small fire going just in time for nightfall. Dave and Ernest shared a reasonably sizable tent. So after dinner, a couple of beers, and tipsily talking about life, they both turned in. That's when it started, Ernest says, that enthusiasm still there, even as his tone gets a touch darker. We thought they were monkeys at first, tossing shit against our tent. But then they would hear children laughing. It was off in a distance at first, almost as if it was coming from the sea. But then it slowly got closer. It never really got to be right outside the tent, but it got close enough that he couldn't ignore it. This went on for what felt like an hour, but Ernest knew it wasn't that long. Time seemed to be working differently. He tried to keep his wits about him, but Dave started to show signs of cracking. Let's just go out there and face it, he'd said. Better than this bullshit hiding. Ernest held him back. But that's when he heard it. The sound of his brother calling out to him. It was hypnotic, he says. Like I couldn't resist it. I had to go out to see Jeffrey. I asked him how he resisted. He tells me, with just a hint of sadness creeping into his voice, that whatever was out there had made the biggest mistake. Sure, my initial instinct was to go out there, he says. But the longer I held off, the more I thought about my brother, and the more I knew that he would have resisted if it had been my voice calling out to him. I nod solemnly, a gesture for him to continue. Ernest shook his head and pulled back. It was then that he realized that Dave was already huddled in a corner, covering his ears, shaking. Whatever was calling out to Ernest's friend was having better luck with him. Ernest sat next to Dave and put his arms around him, providing a tangible reason not to go out there, reassuring him that they get through the night. And they did. In the morning, the pair unzipped the tent and cautiously stepped outside. They thought they saw tracks in the sand, as if giant snakes had slithered up to where they were from the ocean. But they couldn't be sure. They had arrived too late last night and weren't really paying attention to the sand. Quickly, they packed up their equipment and tried to make their way to the jetty. It took them a while to find their way back, which Ernest said he didn't want to admit at the time was very strange. They had made it from the jetty to the beach without any problem in evening's fading light the night before. But it didn't make much difference, even when they finally figured out the path to the jetty. The ferries hadn't been able to come in all morning for some reason. An old uncle at the jetty made some ominous comment about something in the water. When Ernest and Dave pressed him, he just stared out at the sea. When the ferry finally arrived, the two of them were the only ones to hop on board. By evening, they were back on the mainland. Dave didn't take it as well, Ernest says with a sigh. He tells me that whatever his friend heard, he didn't want to talk about. He never pressed him about it, but when Ernest came back, he had his own issues with his brother. I asked him again why, even with all the fallout, he was still so positive. He sips his drink thoughtfully, just shrugs. What am I supposed to do? Break down, he says. Might as well have stepped outside the tent that night for all the difference it would have made. He stares off absently. I imagine that's how the uncle at the jetty must have looked that day, seeing monsters that weren't there. Ernest shakes his head and his genial smile returns. Reminds me again that he now has a cool story to tell people about his camping trip to Ubin. I return the smile, but move on to more everyday topics before we part ways. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. Ghost Maps. Entry 4, Polytechnic. He's earlier than me. When I arrive, he's already seated at a table, with his plate of char kway teow almost completely finished, and a half-filled glass of teh alia sitting next to him. He introduces himself as Ben, then apologizes, gesturing to the stack of worksheets in front of him, with a red pen in his hand. He says that he doesn't get much time to himself these days. Between teaching at a polytechnic and taking on tuition classes during his off days and marking and all the other admin stuff that comes with this role, he explains that he's had to be quite precious with his time. I ask him why he's agreed to meet with me then, since he's always so busy. I've been too skeptical, he says. Well, I tell him that a healthy dose of disbelief can be a good thing. He agrees, but says that after a while, he felt like he was deceiving himself. I'm skeptical, but I'm not a disbeliever, he adds. I've read about these kinds of things, and I know that acceptance of them as a norm is only just the first step to something worse. He tells me that he used to work at a different polytechnic than the one he works at now. That's where a couple of incidents happened. I tell him to start from the beginning. Bennett finished up an all-day workshop one Friday evening. He'd reach his car when he realized that he was supposed to leave the classroom keys at the main office. He grumbled to himself for a bit, then decided to just drive up to the guard post and leave his keys there instead. When he reached the guard post, the guard was about to head out for a cigarette. Ben decided to join him. The guard, a young Chinese guy, joked around with Ben. He was inappropriate, but clearly harmless, Ben recalls with a cringe. Asked me if any of my female students were cute, but also backed away in a slight panic when I pointed out with a straight face how inappropriate their question was. Eventually, they finished a cigarette and were heading back to the guard post. Ben passed the guard the keys to the classroom, and when the guard saw what block the keys were from, he gave Ben a huge grin and asked if he wanted to see something scary. Ben said sure, and figured it'd be just some creepy corner near the guard post. Instead, the guard invited Ben into the guard post itself. There, the guard directed Ben's attention to the computer that linked up to all the CCTVs in the school. Under the archives, there were a few different folders. One of them, Ben noticed, was labeled "Students Having Sex in Staircases." Ben asked the guard about it, and the guard immediately freaked out. He said it was for investigative and legal purposes, Ben says, and adds with a laugh. He looks too worried to be lying, especially after what he had said to me earlier. The guard then directed Ben's attention instead to a folder that was labeled not with a name, but just with an ellipsis. Block E8, right? The guard asked Ben again. Ben only nodded. The guard opened the folder and scrolled down a list of video files before finding the one he was looking for and clicked it open. The video showed a lift landing area on one of the floors of Block E8. They all were laid out in pretty much the same way. No matter what level you're on, 4 sets of 4 classrooms with the elevator in the middle. At first, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about the video, and Ben was about to leave when the guard told him to just wait. And then he saw it. A pair of feet dangling in front of the camera. The feet were pale, seemingly bloodless. Ben realized that they were floating away from the camera. And then he saw the legs, and then the hem of a dress. Not a school uniform, just an ordinary, old-fashioned dress, maybe from the 80s or the 90s. Ben couldn't see her face. It was obscured by her hair. Her neck seemed twisted at a weird angle, but he couldn't be too sure. From what little he could tell, she seemed young, maybe in her late teens or early 20s. The girl continued floating backwards till she's almost to the opposite wall. That's when the guard switched to another video file. He told Ben that this was in a neighboring area within the same block. And out from one of the walls came the girl again, still floating. And she just kept floating till she seemed close to hitting the second camera. And then she was gone. Disappeared. The guard closed the video file, stared at Ben with a big grin on his face. Ben was impressed, but not in the way the guard thought. See, we have an animation department in our school, Ben says, smiling at me. I asked him if it looked like doctored footage. He says he couldn't tell. He'd seen some of those kids do amazing things with animation, so he wouldn't rule it out. I asked him about the other incidents. Nothing so dramatic, honestly. He says a cleaning auntie telling me about doors slamming, locking by themselves in the toilet. Another kid claiming to have seen a body hanging in a lecture hall. Lots of second-hand accounts. I ask him whether he's experienced any personally. He says he actually doesn't know, then pauses. His expression, not so much one of fear, but one of uncertainty. Ben had been working late again. He was in a staff room alone when he heard a squeaking sound. He stood up and saw a chair spinning by itself. He sat back down and brushed it off as best as he could. Pranked, he reasoned. Was something wrong with the chair's swivel, maybe? Or really just another teacher around that he didn't see? But the squeaking got louder. He stood up again and saw that the chair was spinning faster and faster until finally it slammed into one of the partitions. Ben packed his stuff and left. While waiting for the lift, though, he remembered what the guard had shown him. He looked back at the closed staff lounge door, then looked up above him, just in time to see a foot disappear into one of the walls. Ben tells me that this was a year ago. He chalked it up to everything from a play of light to his overactive imagination. But the fact is, I quit not long after and moved to a different polytechnic to work. He adds quietly. He asks me what I think. So I ask him in return how he feels about talking about this. He pauses, then says more confidently that he feels safer. I tell him that's his answer. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. Ghost Maps. Entry 5, Mount Pleasant Road. As we dismount Alice's bike and undo the straps of our helmets, she tells me that this stretch of road was quieter in the 80s. She adds wistfully that a lot of things were quieter back then. I've known Alice for a number of years. She does what I do, in a sense, keeping track of things and history of this country. Her focus, however, has always been specifically on roads and streets. That's why, instead of meeting her interviewees at a coffee shop like I do, she brings them out to the locations themselves, on her bike. It's different for roads, she tells me. She likens roads to the veins of the country. They're transient by their very nature. She explains that that's why it's good for the interviewee to be in the place itself. It grounds them in the experience. I nod and tell her that I see her point. Then we continue walking down the road. It's the middle of the afternoon, and we're at the start of Mount Pleasant Road. Alice wanted to tell me about one of her own personal experiences. but she wanted to do it her way. She tells me that it's a short ride from here to the Singapore Polo Club. But that short ride is where it all happened. I tell her to start from the beginning. It was 1986, and Alice was riding through this area with May, a girlfriend of hers. It was about 7 in the evening, and the pair were headed back to May's place in Thompson. Alice herself had taken this route many times prior, though she adds that those other rides were during the day. She admits that it might have been possible that she had missed little details before, but she knew the route itself pretty well, which was why she found it strange that as she approached the turning towards Mount Pleasant Drive, there was a gate on her left. She had never seen that gate before. Beyond it was a dirt path that wound around several tall trees. Atop each pillar of the gate were ceramic birds that were covered in a thick layer of moss. The moment Alice's bike passed by the gates, its engine began sputtering and shut down entirely. The pair got off the bike, and Alice began inspecting the engine to see what the problem was. Light was fading, and the canopy of the surrounding trees only made it harder to get a good look without a flashlight. After about half a minute of inspecting the engine and the bike, Alice was still unable to find anything wrong. That's when May said, "Maybe they can help." Alice stood up, looked in the direction where May was pointing, and felt her blood run cold. May would later describe what she saw was a nice, elderly couple. The man wore old man khakis and a batik shirt. The woman was dressed in a traditional kabaya. The man, May would say, was waving them over, almost as if to offer them help. What Alice saw was something else entirely. "Help me push the bike, May," Alice said. She had hoped she had said it with enough urgency, but without panicking May. May, however, seemed entranced. She kept telling Alice that the nice man looked like he wanted to help. Finally, Alice yelled at May, "Push the damn bike, right now!" May shook her head, almost as if to dust the cobwebs out of her mind. Then she grabbed one of the handles and helped Alice push the bike in the direction of the Polo Club. After just a few meters, Alice tried the bike again, and it came to life almost immediately. The pair looked back, and May could still see the old man waving at her. But the elderly couple looked different at this distance. It looked almost as if they were shimmering, like the further Alice and May got from them, the harder it was for the couple to keep up their facade. Alice told May to get on the bike, and they rode down, past the Polo Club and onto Thompson, where the road was a bit more crowded. I asked Alice what she saw. She paused a moment before answering. She points out first that Bukit Brown Cemetery was nearby, to the right of us, just beyond the road. Then she adds that what she saw wasn't a spirit. She tells me that she saw two young girls, both dressed in identical kabayas. Their hair was covering their faces. They knew, that Alice knew, that it was just a disguise. She says that's why their facade barely held up. She saw just one pair of red eyes glaring beyond the girls, and she could have sworn that she heard a snarl. Alice pauses again, then shudders next to me, despite the warm afternoon sun beating down on us. I've had experiences before that, unexplained things, and weird sensations, but nothing so direct, Alice says. She adds that that's the moment she knew she had to do what we do. She shrugs, then asks me, in a lighter tone, what was the moment that I knew, the one experience that I had that made me what I am today. I tell her, that's a story for another time, and I'll tell it to her on my terms. She smiles, punches me in the arm, and says that we should head back to the bike. I smile back and follow her as she walks back the way we came. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. Ghost Maps. Entry 6. Bahau. Marie comes over with 2 piping hot cups of coffee. Coffee, she had told me when she arrived, has been in a family for generations. So she insisted that I let her order and pay for it. I argue that she's here to help me, so I should at least pay for our drinks. But she has none of it. She tells me that I'm keeping a bit of her family history alive. I ask her about that as she takes a seat. This was not the first time I'd asked her to meet, but every time before, she had turned me down. She tells me that her grandfather had died just last month. She says that she had never been sensitive, making finger quotes as she says that word. But she loves her grandfather's stories about his time in Bahau. She looks off into the distance wistfully, and she turns back to me with a smile and says that I was probably the best person to keep this one particular story alive. I return a smile and tell her to start from the beginning. The beginning was the Japanese occupation. Her grandfather was about 10 at this time. The Eurasians, she tells me, were part of this thing called the self-sufficiency scheme. Long story short, a lot of them moved to a settlement in Bahau, up in Negeri Sembilan. Most of them became farmers. Her great-grandfather, however, set up a little stall that served coffee and toast. He was a smart guy she explains. Because while a lot of the other Eurasians weren't familiar with farming, he already had a little coffee place back in Singapore. She says that he had convinced the Japanese of his idea by placing his coffee shop right in the middle of one of the patrol routes. The officers were wary, but the men, however, were ecstatic about having a nice little respite during their rounds. Her grandfather would, of course, help out at the coffee shop, learning from his own parents the best way to make the coffee, but customizing it for each soldier's tastes. And because of the homely atmosphere, the men were a little more relaxed around her grandfather and his family, letting down their guard a bit more, blurring the lines a little between the oppressors and the oppressed. Her grandfather, she tells me solemnly, had seen a lot of terrible things during the war, but his time at Bahau helped tip the scales a little and made him the gentle soul she remembered him for. Marie's getting misty-eyed, so I switch off the recorder for a second and ask if she would like to continue. I offer her some tissues, which she accepts and shakes her head and says that she's totally fine to continue. She points out to me that while many parts of Bahau were cleared by the locals prior to the war, there were still many thickly forested areas. The patrol route was one such area. Her grandfather could never remember which came first. It either started with the soldiers getting scratched by unseen assailants during their patrols, or with them getting temporarily lost on what had been previously familiar routes to them. The officers blamed Marie's great-grandfather at first, but the men stood by him, thankfully. A lot of the soldiers believe that demons or spirits had followed them from Japan. Marie says that her grandfather had another theory. He thought that whatever it was that attacked them, it belonged to Bahau and to Malaysia, and it wanted them out. His theory, she tells me, holds a bit more weight, especially considering what happened when it all came to a head. It was an evening patrol and seemed pretty uneventful when the 5 Japanese soldiers stopped to rest at the coffee shop. 1 cup with less sugar, 1 cup with extra milk, and 3 normal cups. She smiles when she tells me that her grandfather couldn't really remember the details of that night, but he always remembered 2 things very clearly. The first was what the soldiers ordered. After their break, the soldiers got up to leave. One of them remarked about how much darker it was that evening, but one of the other men shushed him. As they reached the forest, however, the first man in the patrol was knocked down by some unseen force. He got up again, dusted himself off, and told the other men that it was nothing. But that was the other thing that Marie's grandfather remembered clearly from that night. The look on the face of that man as he tried to convince his fellow soldiers to move forward. See, he had seen coldness in the eyes of some of the Japanese soldiers, both in Bahau and back in Singapore. He had seen genuine humanity and care in the eyes of others. But he had never seen any of them scared. The soldiers tried taking different routes, but the result was always the same: pushed back by some unseen presence, some more forcibly than others. After several attempts, the soldiers huddled down around one of the coffee shop's tables, pleading with Marie's great-grandfather and his family to stay with them. So, they did. An hour passed, and the Japanese soldiers started to relax. Not enough to try to head back to their base, but enough to order another round of coffee to get comfortable again. But then, a wind seemed to start up, rustling the tops of the trees. The soldiers paid it no mind until they heard the screaming in the wind. Not fearful screams, but screams of anger. Screams that told the soldiers that they didn't belong there. The wind and the screaming grew louder. So loud that even Marie's grandfather and his family didn't feel exempt from the wrath of whatever waited for them in that forest. Marie's grandfather had an idea. Quietly, he whispered to the presence in the forest. He whispered to it in Bahasa to please spare them. He told the presence, "Kami tak mau berada di sini. We don't want to be here." He looked at the Japanese soldiers and added, "Mereka tak mau berada di sini juga. They don't want to be here either." He whispered it over and over until the wind died down and the screams became angry moans, and those angry moans became whispers, until finally, silence. Morning eventually came, and the soldiers cautiously tried to head back to their base. Whatever had stopped them the night before was gone. They left, thanking Marie's great-grandfather and his family profusely. 2 days later, some Japanese officers told Marie's great-grandfather that he had to close up his coffee shop. He never asked why. 2 weeks later, the Japanese surrendered, and the settlers returned to Singapore. Marie tells me that her grandfather remembered not being scared at all that night. He had made friends with the soldiers and memorized their orders, but he understood that whatever that presence was sending a bigger message. Marie says that, if anything, her grandfather might have been the only reason that those men even managed to get out of there alive. She looks off wistfully again, so I ask her how she feels. "Good," she tells me, with a genuine smile, and then adds on that she also feels weird. For a second there, she says, it felt like her grandfather was telling the story through her. She asked me if that makes sense at all. I tell her that it does. And her grandfather sounds like a wonderful man. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now.
And then we can at least with this section, probably best have the section for the season based. Whoa.
This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 7. When I arrive at the East Coast Lagoon Food Village, Neil's finishing up his second egg prata. It's 9 in the morning, and he'd already gone for an hour-long run along East Coast Park before this. Helps work up an appetite for breakfast, he says, standing up to greet me. I shake his hand, order myself a copio, and take a seat. He asks if the black coffee is because I've had a long night, or whether it's too early in the day for me. I chuckle and tell him that I don't usually meet my interviewees in the morning, so yes, this is a bit new for me. He laughs, then asks if it helps with the atmosphere to tell these types of stories at night. A little, I reply, with a smile. He tells me that he won't need any coaxing, that telling these stories feels as natural to him as talking about his own family. I ask him to start at the beginning, but he says he can do better than that. How about, he asks, if I start with my father instead? It was 1972. Neil's Uncle Terence was in his mid-teens when he moved out on his own. Terence had a penchant for gambling, which created a rift between him and his mother, one that they never fully recovered from. To survive and feed his habit, he took odd jobs and shared a dirt-cheap second-floor shophouse unit down on Frankel Avenue with two of his friends. Neil's father, Justin, was 18 at the time. He was still close to Terence, so he'd meet up with Terence and his flatmates for drinks every couple of days. Justin would head to the Frankel Avenue place first, since he kept office hours, but the rest of them would only knock off at around 10 o'clock. Most of the time, he'd just shower, read a book, maybe even start drinking a little before they came back. There was one particular evening, however. The sun was just setting when Justin arrived at the flat. He went about his usual routine, but around an hour later, he started to hear something creaking in the back room. He brushed it off at first. His imagination, he figured. Or maybe some noise from below. After all, the back room faced a busy alleyway. But as the evening went on, the noise grew louder, and the apartment grew colder. It was an unnatural chill. Justin knew that, not some welcome evening breeze. He switched all the lights on in the main area and the single bedroom that the three men shared. The creaking grew louder still. Finally, he took a deep breath, masked his fear with a brave face, more for himself than anyone or anything else, and headed to the back room. The creaking seemed almost deafening as he stood in front of the room. Cautiously, he turned the knob, then flung the door open. Almost immediately, he started shivering. The cold was different there, still unnatural, sure, but also biting. Neil tells me that his father described it as angry. I know what he means. The sound seemed to be coming from the corner of the room. The second before he whipped his head in that direction, Justin could have sworn that the moonlight shining through the window cast a shadow against the wall of something swinging from the ceiling. When Justin flicked the lights on, though, he saw that there was nothing and no one there. Just a bed that hadn't been slept in for a long while. The creaking sound stopped, but the biting cold remained. Justin looked around the room, refusing to physically acknowledge the cold. Instead, in as steady and as stern a voice as he could muster, he just yelled out loud, "There's someone home!" He closed the door, headed back to the main area, shakily lit a cigarette, and opened a bottle of beer. The cold eventually died away, and soon after, Terence was home. Justin never did tell his brother what happened that evening. Not until after Terence had moved out of the house. When Terence heard the story, he laughed. "Why do you think we managed to rent it dirt cheap?" he said. "Suicide?" I asked Neil. He nods. A young woman, a teenager probably, no older than Terence, was, at the time, had hung herself in that flat 2 years before Terence and his friends moved in. We both sit, quiet for a moment. Finally, I turn to Neil with a slight smile and say, "That must have been quite a yell your dad had." Neil's expression softens up. It's a yell I remember all too well from when I was growing up. He takes a sip of his tea and continues. "There were a few more stories from the 70s, he tells me, but Neil wanted to jump to 1985. Neil was about 3 at this time. Justin had left his more freewheeling days behind him at the turn of the 80s, after Terence had died. After all, he was a dad now, but he still enjoyed a drink or two every now and then. He met up with an old friend, David, one of Terence's flatmates, one evening. They had a few laughs for a little while, but got to talking about Terence inevitably. Justin drank a little more than he should, and rather than he head home to his wife, he chose to crash on David's sofa. "Like old times at Frankel Avenue," David said. Justin laughed weakly. The two men stumbled back to David's second-story flat near the Bedok Market at around 2:30 in the morning. David tossed Justin a pillow and a blanket and started towards his bedroom, when David called him over to the balcony. There was a playground across the street, one of those that you don't see in around anymore. A pit of sand, monkey bars, and 2 slides. Standing at the foot of one of those slides, however, were the silhouettes of 2 children, a boy and a slightly taller girl. Justin asked David if he saw them too. His friend merely nodded. It was close to 3 a.m. at this point, and Justin's first thought wasn't how bizarre the whole situation was. All that went through his head was that those kids shouldn't have been out at the playground at that hour. Justin didn't notice the look of concern on David's face as he left the flat and took the stairs 2 at a time. All he was thinking was that maybe he could help those kids get home. He would tell Neil later that through his lingering stupor, all he was thinking about were Neil and his siblings in that moment. But when he reached the ground floor, he looked across the street, and the kids weren't there. Justin knew that he couldn't have scattered that quickly, and there was no sign of them anywhere else. He went back upstairs to see if David knew where they went. Instead, he found David shaking on the couch. He was about to ask him what was wrong when he himself felt an unnatural chill slowly pass through the flat. Immediately, Justin knew what was troubling David, and he knew who that girl was. Neil says that after years of hearing those stories, he thinks that the boy was Terence, as his father remembered him. Not the teenager that ran away from home, but the little boy that he used to look after. I ask him whether his father feels the same way, and he says that his father still isn't sure what to think. I don't think the girl was malicious at all, he says, thoughtfully. He then adds, I think she just wanted attention back at Frankel Avenue, to finally be heard or noticed, instead of alone. And that second time, I think she wanted to make it up to Dad. Let him know that Terence was alright. I tell Neil that that's a nice sentiment, and I'd like to believe that that's true too. I thank him for sharing his stories, but he raises a hand to stop me before I can get up. He smiles at me and says, those are just my dad's stories though. Now let me tell you mine. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now.
Now you know how many statistics.
This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 8. It's close to noon when Neil orders another tea for himself and another kopi-o for me. He's already told me 2 stories about his father's experiences, and he's got a couple more of his own to share. I tell him that most people I know have 1 or 2 at most, that I don't usually meet anyone with more. He thinks people have more to offer than they might suspect. He tells me that it's just been easier for his family to admit the truth, that what they have experienced can't necessarily be explained away by logic. Sometimes. I don't disagree with him and offer up a knowing smile. Our drinks arrive. I ask him to tell me about his stories, to tell me what he's experienced. It was the late 90s, he starts. Things were going well for Neil's family. They moved into a considerably larger flat along Lorong Asu in 1995. The new home was just a start though. Neil's father received a promotion at work and even enjoyed a couple of small lottery wins. So, when he found an injured bird with a beautiful song, he just assumed it was the universe delivering another win for him. He nursed the bird back to health, and every morning, the family would wake up to that beautiful song. But a month later, Neil's father was accused of stealing from work. 2 weeks after that, his mother lost her job. And a week after that, his grandmother passed away suddenly. Through all the tragedy and hardship, every morning, the bird greeted them with its beautiful song. A song that Neil's father was starting to suspect wasn't as sweet as it seemed. Neil had just finished his O-level exams at the time and was taking a break till his results came in.
If I'm being quiet, it's sure
his parents had taken a short vacation to Johor, so he called his friend Dinesh over one afternoon for video games. And at some point during that afternoon, Neil's father called up. Let the bird go, he told Neil, without any explanation. Neil tried to push him for more, but his father simply insisted, and then hung up. It was a sunny afternoon, Neil recalls. Not a cloud in the sky, and from my balcony window, I had a clear view of the entire street, he continues. He says that he's telling me this because he wants me to know that what happened next happened out of nowhere. Neil took the bird's cage down from where it hung in their living room. He took it to the balcony window and casually said his goodbyes, joking with Dinesh that the bird probably had enough of the family by now anyway. He opened the cage door and cautiously the bird hopped onto the window and then flew out. It got barely a meter away when 4 large crows swooped out of nowhere and pulled it apart. Neil dropped the cage, stunned. Dinesh tried to assure him that it wasn't his fault, but Neil was in too much shock to respond. A week later, Neil's mother found a new job at a rival company. A week after that, Neil's father was cleared of the accusations, and things started settling down again for the family. But all the way till the end of that year, Neil could have sworn that every once in a while, he'd still hear the bird's unnervingly beautiful song. I ask him what he thinks it was, and he shrugs. He says, I get the sense that sometimes some things just have a bad energy to them. I ask if he thinks that bad energy might come from beyond this world. He says that it could be. Then he adds that he's seen enough to believe that anything might be possible. I ask him about what else he has seen. By 2005, Neil was a supervisor at a security firm, overseeing guards at a number of locations, from malls to office buildings. One of those locations was a dorm in the north for foreign workers. He'd later find out that this particular building was hoisted upon him by his boss and several other supervisors, simply because they didn't want to deal with its unique problem. On his first day at the dorm, his guards crowded around him and demanded to know what he was going to do about that unit. He asked what unit they were talking about, and they called a guard named Hok Singh over. Singh, they said, had the third eye. The guard looked like he'd not had a good rest in a long time. He twitched nervously every once in a while, and his eyes darted back and forth, almost as if he was bracing himself for an attack of some kind. The other guards told Singh to bring Neil up to the unit. He protested a little at first, but eventually relented. The unit was on the 3rd floor in the northernmost corner of the dorm. On their way up, Neil tried to comfort Singh. He told him not to worry, that he talked to the other guards about the way they treated him. Singh, in an almost vacant tone, said that it wasn't the other guards that he was scared of. Neil just nodded and continued up the stairs. The unit itself was a small, cramped space that was surprisingly gloomy, even during the day, and with a window wide open. Neil tried to flip a light switch, but it wouldn't work. The only thing illuminating the unit was a red lantern hanging in the corner. Singh said no one, not the guards or the workers, knew who hung that lantern. Neil walked in, but Singh stood outside, his eyes growing wide with fear. Neil knew exactly why too. The dorm was unnaturally cold. He described it just the way his father had described the back room of that old Frankel Avenue unit. Biting and angry. Neil walked towards the lantern, trying his best not to show Singh how frightened he was. As he reached the lantern, Singh started stammering, but couldn't get the words out. He looked at the guard and knew instinctively what he wanted to say. "Where is it?" Neil asked. "Behind you," the guard whispered. Neil turned around just as he felt something brush against the back of his neck. He didn't need to ask Singh where it was now. He headed towards the unit's bedroom. The room was just as bitingly cold. Another gloomy, cramped space. Another red lantern in the corner. Neil called out for Singh a few times before the guard warily entered the unit and walked over. He refused to enter the bedroom, his eyes focused on the room's sole window. "Is it there?" Neil asked. The guard only nodded. Neil moved a little closer, but stopped when Singh flinched. He looked questioningly at the guard. Angry was all Singh could muster. Neil looked out the window and saw that this side of the dorm faced a dense forest. One that, despite all the development around the area, remained untouched. Its home, Neil presumed. Taking a cue from his father, Neil mustered up as much courage as he could to the window and said, "This is not your home." Singh started sobbing quietly. "Please," said Neil. Silence hung in the air as Neil kept quickly looking back at Singh to gain some clue from his reaction. Eventually, the sobbing stopped and Singh looked calmer. Neil closed the window, knowing full well how little that gesture meant. And he was about to reach for the lantern to remove it when Singh yelled for him to stop. "It's gone, Singh," he said. Singh just shook his head sadly. "Always come back," he said. True enough, the dorm never stayed occupied for long. Foreign workers would complain to their supervisors, asking, demanding, even begging to be moved to another unit. 2 months in, Neil requested that someone else take over the dorms. His bosses refused, so he quit. Neil tells me that he found work elsewhere pretty quickly. He says it just wasn't worth it, staying on at that place. Nothing really happened to me, but I knew enough from my dad's stories that I shouldn't have pushed my luck. I asked him what he thinks it was. And he says that there are still some things on this island that we can't put easy labels on. We both finish our drinks, and I thank him for his time. But before I get up to go, I ask him how he's managed to face all of these experiences and still keep his wits about him. Like I said, I tell him most people I know only really had one of these, and as far as they know, a lot of them have been pretty shook up. He answers by telling me one last quick story, this time about his grandfather back in the 50s. He says that his dad came from a big family, 5 brothers, 3 sisters. So Neil's grandfather would wait up for everyone to get home. But even after everyone was back, his grandfather would just stand outside their front door, arms folded, staring intently at something. Their street was pitch dark at night, and a forest, much like the one opposite the dorm up north, sat across their home. There was no way that Neil's grandfather could have seen anything in that forest, but he kept staring anyway, almost as if he was standing guard, making sure that nothing would get to his family. And that, Neil tells me, is why he's not shaken by these stories. He says, I told you at the start that telling these stories feels as natural to me as talking about my own family. That's because these stories are so much a part of my family. I stand, shake his hand, and smile. And for the last time, I thank him for sharing his stories, his family's stories. And I leave. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 9, Pulau Tekong, Singapore. A group of National Service boys walks past us, heading down to the bus interchange to take the shuttle to the ferry terminal. It's around 8 in the evening, and Ben and I are in the food court of the White Sands Mall. We smile as we catch snippets of their conversations about strict sergeants, physical fitness tests, rifle ranges, and where they're getting posted after they finish basic training. One particular thread stands out to us though. You ever hear about the lady in white? A bespectacled recruit asks his friends. One of them says he saw her sitting near the pull-up bars. Another swears he saw her in the reflection of the mirror in the toilet. Ben and I chuckle as they trail off. He tells me that some variation of that story has been floating around for years. I tell him the bunk with 3 doors is the one I hear most often. Ben is an old friend of my mentor. The lines on his face are gentler than my mentor's were. He knew what my mentor did and what I do now. But he never really joined in, choosing instead to start a family. His son's about my age now. He's expecting his 3rd grandchild soon. Ben does have one story to share though. It's one that he's told my mentor before, but he thinks It's worth recounting it again for me, personally, considering its significance. He says that so many stories come out of Tekong. What he offers is a possible reason for that. And before I can chime in, he gives me a cheeky wink and tells me he'll start at the beginning. Ben had been camping on Tekong with a couple of friends, including my mentor, since the early 70s. Back then, there were still a lot of people living on the island, mostly Hakka fishermen or farmers and their families. And there were also quite a few temples around. On Ben and his friend's first trip to the island, a lady in her late 40s that they would get to know over the years as Auntie Sumoy told them to head to the temple of the sun deity. She said that they needed to give their thanks for the protection that the deity offered. Ben, a young and brash man then, was about to say that he wasn't Buddhist. He was going to say that he didn't need protection and that his wits and his own abilities were enough to keep him safe. But he didn't, because my mentor stepped in first and said to Auntie Sumoy in a warm and gracious tone, "Of course, Auntie. Thank you." On the walk over to the temple, my mentor told Ben and the rest of the group that this wasn't about faith. It was about respect. And that he added, knowingly, that this place required a kind of protection that none of them would be able to comprehend. The group had a great weekend camping on Tekong. No trouble, nothing out of the ordinary, just the kind of fun that they would all remember for the rest of their lives. And it would continue that way for most of the decade. Then, the late 70s rolled around, and plans were made for the island to be turned into a military training center. One by one, the temples chose to shut their doors. And as time went on, those camping trips started to feel different. It would start with noises that the group has never heard before, coming from the treetops. Nothing more than that. When there were just 3 temples left on the island, however, Ben's friends would claim that they could see things moving in the shadows at night. Ben would tell them that it was probably just some nocturnal animals emboldened by the fact that the island had fewer people. But then the rest of the group would look at my mentor. He wouldn't say anything. He didn't need to. And after that, the group grew smaller and smaller each visit. By the time the temple of the sun deity was the only temple left, only Ben and 2 of his friends were still willing to go camping on Tekong. My mentor refused to follow them. The very last time they camped out on the island, the 3 of them were greeted by Auntie Sumoy, as usual, reminding them, as she always did, to give thanks at the temple. More out of habit than anything else, they smiled politely and did so. That night, none of them could sleep. It wasn't the strange sounds or the things in the shadows that kept them up, but an uneasy feeling. Later, they would all agree they felt like they were no longer welcome there. At around 3 in the morning, Ben would walk a couple of meters away from their tents to relieve himself. Just as he was done, from the corner of his eye, he saw something moving. Unlike the other times though, it wasn't something hidden in the shadows. What he saw was a flash of white. Ben whipped his head around, hoping against all hope that it was just his imagination. but instinctively knowing better. Everywhere he turned, he only caught glimpses of the pale hem of a dress, moving almost silently in the dark among the trees. Finally, he stood his ground, refusing to budge. He took a breath to keep his tone level and said to whatever was taunting him that he wasn't scared and that the sun deity would protect him. From nowhere and all around him, a voice that sounded like nails on a chalkboard whispered, "Tapi, berapa lama lagi?" But for how long more? Ben ran back to the tents and woke his friends, telling them to pack up. They protested, saying it was still 3:30 in the morning and there was nowhere for them to go. But Ben insisted. A short while later, the three of them stood in front of the temple of the sun deity. Next to the temple stood Auntie Sumoy. "Come," she said to them. "Come, you're safe." Ben only ever went back to the island once more before it officially turned into what it is today. It was in September of 1986. By then, almost all of the island's residents had left for the mainland. But on that morning, when he arrived on Tekong, Ben wasn't at all surprised to see Auntie Sumoy seemingly waiting for him. Time and experience had made Ben a smarter man, a wiser man. Possibly, for the first time ever, not out of habit, but out of genuine respect, Ben greeted the old woman warmly. She replied, "You are here as part of the procession." Ben nodded and made his way to the temple of the sun deity, where many former residents, together with the help of army personnel, were moving the last of the temple's idols to its new home in Bedok. When the temple and the crowd gathered around it came into view, Ben whispered to the deity, to its temple, to the island itself, "Thank you for your protection." Ben tells me that he's been back a number of times since then, for his son and grandson's national service. He says that he doesn't have that unwelcome feeling there anymore, and that whatever the army did certainly seemed to have worked. But he adds that he has never felt as safe as he did in the early 70s. I nod and thank him for sharing his story, just as another group of national service boys pass our table, talking about their sergeants, their physical fitness tests, and something about a lady in white. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode was produced with help from Singlet Station. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 10, Seletar, Singapore. When I arrive at the coffee shop, Rizal's already got a half-finished plate of mutton biryani, an egg prata, and a mug of Milo Dinosaur in front of him. He lets off a boisterous laugh when he sees my bewildered expression, then explains that he was a rugby player back in school, so he's used to piling on the food to bulk up. Naturally though, that love of food just grew over time, he says, patting his slight paunch. It was that love, however, that resulted in his unfortunate encounter. I order myself a kopi, politely decline when he offers me his prata, then ask him to start from the beginning. The beginning, Rizal tells me, was about 10 years ago. Back then, that whole stretch from Seletar Airport to the old army base just off Jalan Kayu was still being developed. There was a small residential community, sure, but you'd find little else besides thickly forested areas and empty pre-war buildings. There were, however, a handful of bars and restaurants that had already opened up. Rizal and a couple of his buddies had heard about a place near the Flying Club that served super spicy chicken wings. So they set off in Rizal's car around 5:30 one evening to give the place a try. Unfortunately, they only had a very rough idea of where the place was. Twice on the way over, they took a wrong turn and ended up in the middle of construction sites. Rizal's friends jokingly chided him over his sense of direction, but eventually they found the place. It was a good evening, Rizal recalls fondly. Lots of laughs, lots of spicy wings, and lots of milk to help with that spice. By around 9, the group was ready to head back. They got into the car and drove off, but soon realized that the roads weren't very well lit. The drive started with his friends chiding him again, but after a while, everyone in the car went silent. Every turn that Rizal took seemed to be the wrong one. His friends tried to help with suggestions, pointing out that certain landmarks looked somewhat familiar. But no matter what the suggestions were, they always ended up in a dead end, down a seemingly endless forested area, or again in the middle of a construction site. After countless wrong turns and going down similar roads several times over, the group drove down a bendy dirt path and ended up in yet another construction site. This time, however, one of Rizal's buddies, Joey, pointed out a light in the distance. Joey figured that it was a way out and encouraged Rizal to drive towards it. But something didn't feel right to Rizal. It didn't glow like normal lights, he tells me. That jovial demeanor of his slipping away
I'm gonna
slightly.
step away because I
It was like looking at a
take
light
quick
through the
restroom
haze,
break.
you know? Still, he drove forward, slowly, figuring it was worth giving it a shot, since nothing else seemed to be getting them out. As they got closer though, Joey, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned pale. Rizal looked ahead and still could only see the light in the distance. But Joey started insisting, in panicked but hushed tones, that they needed to go back the way they came. Rizal, already feeling uneasy about the situation, didn't argue. He did a 3-point turn as quickly as he could. Just before he could get the car to face the direction from which they came, however, he noticed that the light was moving towards them. And just as he put the gear into drive, Rizal saw what Joey had seen. A woman's head, her guts entangled around its spine, and nothing else. The creature turned its head towards their direction and finally noticed the group. The last thing Rizal saw before he hit the accelerator and sped out of the construction site was her face,
So let's continue,
snarling
shall
hungrily as she floated towards them. Rizal kept driving for about a minute or so more, taking turns seemingly at random. His other two friends in the back seat kept asking what was going on. Neither Joey nor Rizal was in the right frame of mind to tell them. Finally, seemingly out of nowhere, Rizal saw the lights of Jalan Kayu up ahead in the distance and kept driving forward as fast as he could. Just as he left the Selita area, he risked one last look in his rear view mirror. Off behind them, in the distance, was that light, seemingly shrouded in a haze. But it wasn't following them. Rizal takes a deep breath, then seemingly shrugs off his more somber demeanor. "Quite a story, right, bro?" he says, patting my shoulder. I agree. Then ask him if he ever went back there. He says he never did, but weakly jokes that the chicken was too spicy for him anyway. I chuckle along, helping him to hide his discomfort. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode was produced with help from Singlet Station. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 11, Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia. Heads turn as she walks over to my table. Sophia has appeared on magazine covers, television commercials, and billboard ads across the region. So, naturally, everyone's stunned to see her at a coffee shop in Tampines. She greets me warmly and orders herself a Coke. As she takes a seat, we overhear some of the other patrons talking about her. I ask her if she'd rather go somewhere a bit less intrusive, but she says that she's used to it. It comes with the territory, she tells me, with a smile as her drink arrives. It's not the same confident smile that she flashes for the cameras. There's a kind of uncertainty here, under the stark fluorescent lights of the coffee shop's signboards. She adds, her smile fading, and it's certainly not the worst thing that's come with these looks. She has a faraway expression now, and I don't even have to tell her to start from the beginning. It was around 10 years ago. Sophia and her family, her mum, dad, and cousin were on a holiday in Tanjung Pinang. The first half of their trip was dedicated to just having fun. Blissfully uneventful, most of those days were spent either sightseeing, shopping for knickknacks, or relaxing on a beach and enjoying fruity drinks adorned with tiny umbrellas. The second half, however, was about catching up with relatives from her dad's extended family. A couple of uncles and aunts that Sophia hadn't seen since she was a kid, all of them pinching her cheeks and telling her how much she had grown. And towards the end of their trip, her father decided to make a quick stop at his childhood friend's home to say hi. They had just finished dinner in a rural area, and the kampong where his friend stayed was on the way back to their hotel. So they drove over in their rented van. Sophia tells me that she couldn't remember where exactly this kampong was, but she clearly remembers how she felt. The closer they got, the more uncomfortable she grew. She was sitting in the back of the van, and every once in a while, she would look out the back window, certain that something was watching her. Once they arrived at the area, she knew that it wasn't paranoia. Something was crouched on the tin roof of one of the houses, staring at her. She could only make out its silhouette, but it looked somewhat human. Her parents stepped out to greet her dad's friend, but Sophia refused to leave the van. Instead, she sat at the back and stared out at a field across from the house where whatever it was that was eyeing her was crouched. She figured if she didn't look at it and focused on the field instead, it might leave her alone. Then she saw a white sheet fluttering in the field. A white sheet not attached to any pole or line. It didn't register to her at first what she saw, so she kept staring at it, figuring it was probably less malevolent than whatever was on the house's tin roof. She didn't hear her parents get back into the van, but she figured they must have, because it started to reverse towards the field. And that's when the white sheet just vanished, and Sophia started crying uncontrollably. Her mum asked her what was wrong. Sophia desperately wanted to tell her, but she couldn't stop crying. Her eyes shut as tears streamed down her face. Her cousin and mother tried to soothe her as her dad, as calmly as he could, drove back to the city in their hotel. Sophia tells me that she was present in that moment, fully aware of what was happening, but felt like she was losing control. Once they reached the hotel, she ran up and hugged her father tightly, trying to convey her sense of helplessness as best as she could. Her father later told her that when he held her, she felt heavier in his arms, almost like something was pressing her down. Her parents called a bomo, a witch doctor, over immediately. While waiting for the bomo though, her father wanted to try something. With a pin, Sophia's dad pricked her finger. She let out a scream, but not in her own voice. She says that this voice that came out of her sounded high-pitched and eerie. The bomo soon arrived. He prayed over her and had her take a bath in flower water. After the bath, Sophia started to feel like herself again. Lighter, she tells me. She was relieved at first, until the bomo told them what had happened. The spirit of a woman, possibly a pocong, had taken over Sophia's body. Her father asked the bomo why it had picked Sophia. The bomo said that the woman had died in a car crash and her body had been badly mangled. She felt ugly, the bomo told Sophia and her family, and she wanted to take Sophia's body because she was pretty. The bomo warned that the spirit was waiting for Sophia still, outside their hotel room, but he also assured them that he would leave by morning. Still, the family didn't leave the room for 2 days. They ordered room service, and every time Sophia had to go to the bathroom, her mother followed her. Finally, they left the hotel and returned to Singapore. It took nearly a year for Sophia to feel like the spirit hadn't followed her back. Sophia tells me that she'd only just returned to Tanjung Pinang last year, another holiday with her family to visit relatives. Her parents said that she didn't have to go, but Sophia insisted. Nothing happened, but the holiday was a lot shorter than her last one, and they never visited her father's friend. She says that's why she doesn't mind the gawkers and the attention and she's out in public. You can feel it's different when people are staring at you and when something else is. She tells me, then adds, it's almost comforting when you know it's only people watching. I nod and thank her for her time. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode was produced with help from Singlet Station. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 12, Tanjung Maya in Kampung Jerudong, Brunei. Before taking her seat, Rafa takes a look around with an incredulous smile on her face. We're at the Amoy Street Food Center, and it's 2:30 in the afternoon, so while it's still pretty busy, the lunchtime crowd has certainly died down. She orders a teh and tells me it's amazing how much this place has changed since she left Singapore for London 5 years ago. But then, after a moment, she adds that it could just be her memory playing tricks on her. Her smile fades a bit. Even though Rafa's in her early 30s, I ask her if she's worried her memory isn't what it used to be. She says that her memory's been mostly fine, but there were instances when she was younger, growing up in Brunei, where she wasn't so sure. I sense that this might be related to what she came here to talk about. So I ask her, as best as she can, to start from the beginning. Rafa was 3 or 4 when her family moved in with her paternal grandparents in Tanjung Maya, a very quiet and rural township in the Tutong district. It was the kind of place, Rafa says, where the most exciting thing that happened was when someone renovated their house, only for their neighbor to try and one-up them. According to her mother, Rafa would spend most afternoons exploring a forested area behind the house and come back in the evenings with scratches on her arms and legs. Her mother would chastise her, telling her that it was dangerous for her to be out there, that there were wild animals like monkeys and snakes around. But Rafa says she has no memories at all of this forested area. She does, however, have a very clear recollection of sneaking up to the second floor of her grandparents' home every day. She was always alone, but that's how she preferred it. She can't recall the exact layout, but remembers that there was a single window, and through it, the sun would illuminate an old wardrobe, the only piece of furniture on that second floor. Rafa remembers hearing a voice that would tell her where in the wardrobe to find shiny trinkets and expensive jewelry, a gold necklace with a green pendant in the left drawer, a string of pearls in the right compartment. She would take them out and try them on, then put them back where she had found them, worried that her grandmother would find out she had been messing around with her stuff. She didn't think much of that voice at the time. 4 years after, she even wondered if it was just an imaginary friend. Then, about 7 years ago, she was visiting Tanjung Maya with her older sister. They drove by her grandparents' old neighborhood, but none of it seemed familiar to Rafa. Then, her sister pointed out their grandparents' home. Behind it, sure enough, was a forested area. But the home didn't have a second floor now. Rafa mentioned this to her sister, saying that the new owners probably renovated the place. But her sister gave her a quizzical look. "Rafa," she said, "the house never had a second floor." Rafa tells me that if this was just the only instance of her memories not gelling with reality, she would have brushed it off. But then, just before she entered secondary school, her family moved to Singapore. They would still visit Brunei though, every year during the December holidays. And during these visits, they would stay with her mum's sister in Kampong Jerudong in the Brunei Muara district. Rafa's aunt had a nice house along a more affluent intersection, just minutes away from the amusement park and the beach. The house also had a large front yard where Rafa would play with her aunt's two bubbly sons, both of whom were around her age. When all things considered, Rafa tells me she has mostly fond memories of this time in her life. Well, mostly. At night though, just a little while after sundown, it seemed very important for her aunt that everyone retired to the second floor. They would sit around the upstairs TV room, chat and reminisce, then head to bed. Every once in a while though, Rafa had to head back down to get a snack from the kitchen, maybe, or to help her aunt grab something that she left downstairs. It wasn't a big deal to her at first. Sure, the first floor was a bit creepy in the dark, but what house doesn't feel at least somewhat ominous with the lights out? But then, one night, she happened to look towards what had to be the darkest corner of the unlit first floor. And in that corner stood something that looked humanoid, with glowing white eyes. It was unnaturally tall, seemingly as tall as the entire first floor itself. Her first instinct was to get a clearer look at it, thinking might have been a trick of the shadows. She flipped the lights on, but there was nothing there. No furniture. Could have been mistaken for something else or to cast weird shadows in the dark. And from that night on, with the lights off, she always saw it. She tried not to go downstairs, but sometimes her parents or her aunt would insist she head down to get something. Rafa didn't want to explain why she didn't want to go. She was almost a teenager by then, and monsters in the dark wasn't an excuse that she could use without getting yelled at by her elders. So, when she crept down those stairs and turned to look at the corner, it would be there every time. That gigantic silhouette with two piercing white eyes staring at her. She never told her family about it, but she had mentioned it to friends back in Singapore. They suspected it could have been a penunggu rumah, a house spirit. This put her at ease at first. She knew that house spirits were usually benevolent. But her friend warned her, and she knew some that weren't. Still, during all her family's visits, the spirit never seemed to bother Rafa. Years later, however, while visiting her aunt's home again, she noticed that that particular corner was now occupied by a computer table She mentioned it to her aunt, who nervously laughed it off. The table has always been there, she said, though Rafa wasn't completely convinced. She could sense it then, something she couldn't put into words when she was younger. A presence, not so much protecting the home, but looming over it. And it didn't help that her two once bubbly cousins were now darkly reclusive, both choosing to spend most of their time in their rooms, with the doors closed and the curtains drawn. Rafa caught a glimpse into one of those rooms during this visit. She could have sworn she saw something standing there. In the corner, white eyes staring out at her. Her cousin, suddenly noticing her there, quickly shut the door. I tell her that sometimes questioning your memory is a way to cope with what you might have experienced or seen. She smiles sadly for a moment, then looks around the area with a familiar, incredulous smile on her face. She tells me again that it's amazing how much this place has changed since she left Singapore for London 5 years ago. It's only then do I realize that her memory has been affected, though possibly not by age or disease. She stands up, thanks me for listening, and almost in a trance-like state, leaves.
If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode was produced with help from Singlet Station. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 13, Kanchanaburi, Thailand. Indran and I got to know each other during our national service. While we were both drivers in an artillery unit, he was assigned to a reconnaissance detail, while I was part of the main group. Still, we both managed to bond quite quickly during our smoke breaks, and little has changed since then. We're at the smoking area of a coffee shop in Yishun, catching up on what we've both been doing since we'd finished our cycles. He'd move into the construction business, and well, that's why we met up today. He tells me that he's surprised that I didn't hear about these incidents during one of our outfield exercises. I remind him that everyone was pretty busy with their own details at the time. We switched topics for a while, laughing and joking about old dummy buddies that we served with. Eventually, the laughs die down, and I turn to Indran and ask if he's ready to tell the story. He nods, so I ask him to start from the beginning. It was one of our last reservist cycles, so this was probably 2001. Indran was driving a 1.5 tonner as part of a recce party during an exercise in Thailand, in a heavily forested stretch near the town of Kanchanaburi. The party consisted of himself and a team of 3 surveyors that included 2 sergeants named Dominic and Max, and a lieutenant named Daryl. It was late in the afternoon on the first day of the exercise, around 3 p.m. when the party received orders to head to a specific area in the forest. Judging by the 1.5 tons odometer, the ride hadn't been a particularly long one, but it felt like quite a distance to Indran and the 2 sergeants. When they arrived at the designated location, what caught their attention immediately was that it was across a small river from an abandoned resort. Its buildings' exteriors were clearly all bright yellow ones. Who knew how many years ago? But wear and tear over time had turned them into a gloomy shade of off-white, with hints of mossy green. As they alighted their vehicle, however, the party was suddenly hit by an unnatural chill. Indran figured it must have dipped to about 13 degrees Celsius. Just as suddenly, almost immediately after the drop in temperature, it started to rain. A light drizzle at first, that then quickly turned into a full-blown downpour. Later on, Indran and the sergeants would ask some of the Thai soldiers attached to their unit if they'd ever experienced that kind of weather before. They all gave the 3 men perplexed looks and shook their heads. Lieutenant Darrell ordered them to get back into the vehicle and for Indran to cross the river so that they could take shelter under the awning at the entrance of the resort's foyer. One of the sergeants, probably Max, told the lieutenant that that was against protocol, that the unit's commanding officer had specifically said not to enter any buildings while outfield. CO's not here, right? Was the officer's curt response as he waved off the sign. So Indran and the team quietly loaded back up to the 1.5 tonner and drove across the river. The lieutenant, clearly aware that if they were caught breaking protocol, he'd be the one that would have to answer for it, ordered Indran to park the vehicle next to the river instead of under the awning. The 4 men then sprinted across the 2 meters between the vehicle and the resort. For about an hour, as the rain beat down, they just rested at the porch, each taking turns to stand guard. Lieutenant Darrell tried a couple of times to report back to the rest of the unit at first, but all he managed to get on every channel was static. He thought he'd heard something at one point through the static, but Indran said that it sounded too much like an old woman, repeating "Sawadee Ka." Towards the end of the hour, the rain started to subside, while Dominic, the more timid of the 2 sergeants, was on guard. Suddenly, Max woke and stood up, seemingly in a trance of some kind. Max then started to walk past the resort's reception area, out towards the back. Dominic tried to call out to him. Max didn't respond, so he quickly woke Lieutenant Darrell and Indran up and ran after Max. Dominic managed to catch up to his fellow sergeant and pulled Max back, just before the entranced soldier could walk off a cliff. Indran and Dominic slapped Max splash water into his face, eventually waking him from his unnatural stupor. Lieutenant Darrell, however, just stood by, kept asking what was going on. Max explained to them that he heard an old woman calling out to him. She was speaking in Thai, but he instinctively knew that she was saying, "Come here. Come here." He tried to resist her, but couldn't. Dominic turned to Lieutenant Darrow, and with more conviction than Indran had ever seen in him, said that they needed to rejoin the rest of the unit immediately. The officer hummed and hawed, but eventually relented. Indran lights another cigarette and takes a sip of his coffee. I knew Dominic too. He mentioned that this explains why he seemed so different during the reservist cycle that followed this one. Indran says that it wasn't just this incident, though that would have been bad enough. He says that the following evening, something else happened. The party was at a different area, further down that same river. Their recce had gone off without a hitch, and they were going to head back to rejoin the rest of the unit. They all got back into the vehicle and headed back in the direction that they'd come from, with Lieutenant Darrow guiding Indran according to their map. Soon, sunlight started to fade, and the drive, once again, seemed to go on for longer than Indran thought it should have. The officers started to complain, started to blame Indran for their lengthy journey. Indran, as calmly as he could, pointed out that he was very precisely following his instructions. And besides, Indran added, they had driven along the river to get there, and they were driving back along it to return to the unit. There was no way they were lost. Lieutenant Darrell grumbled some more, and said that he wanted to stop for a rest. Indran advised against it. Darrell insisted. So he said that after he made a turn up ahead, he'd stop the vehicle.
Hello.
Indran tells me that that was probably the biggest mistake he could have made. After the turn and across the river was a small, seemingly empty village. The lieutenant didn't pay it any mind, getting out and relieving himself against the tree. But Indran and the two sergeants, without saying a word to each other, each put on their berets and said a silent prayer to their own gods. As the officer was buttoning up his trousers, out from the shadows of the village came an old woman. She didn't say anything, but Indran, Dominic, and Max all realized that they knew what she sounded like. Max, more so than the other two. The sergeant started shaking uncontrollably, and without taking his eyes off the old woman, climbed back into the vehicle. Dominic followed him. Again insisted that we get moving. The lieutenant wanted to argue, but saw the look on Max's face. Almost immediately, Indran and him scrambled back into the vehicle. See, it took them 30 minutes earlier to get to their recce area, but it took them 3 hours to get back to the unit. And through that whole ride, Lieutenant Darrell kept looking back over his shoulder. He seemed annoyed at first. As the ride continued, he started to grow quieter and quieter. Later on, Indran would overhear him telling another officer that something kept pulling his uniform, as if trying to yank him out of the vehicle. He thought it was the sergeants at first, but when he saw that Indran had tightly sealed the canopy of the 1.5 tonner, he realized that it was something else entirely. The commanding officer yelled at Darrell when they returned. He said that he sent out 2 Land Rovers to look for the party. The lieutenant tried to explain that they had followed the river back and that something wasn't right. The CO didn't believe him at first and said that the Land Rovers had followed the river in the search. So there's no way they could have missed them. When Indran and the sergeants chimed in and backed the officer up, the CO eyed all 4 men for a moment before calmly telling them to go grab their dinner and turn in for the rest of the night. The 4 of them never went out for another recce for the rest of the exercise. Indran tells me that while Max had changed since then, he wasn't crippled by what had happened. He pauses for a moment to light another cigarette. I ask him about Darrell. He smiles. No one's seen him since we finished reservice, he says. He tells me that he's heard rumors about him. Had a mental breakdown. His elderly parents look after him now. Keeps claiming something is coming for him. Those are just rumors, he tells me. I nod and lit my own cigarette without a word.
If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode was produced with help from Singlet Station. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps. Entry 14. Johor Bahru, Malaysia. Farah sheepishly circles the coffee shop in Woodlands several times, trying her very best not to make eye contact with me at first. She seems to be mumbling to herself, and from her reserved demeanor, my guess is that she's just not used to talking to strangers. She finally approaches, shakes my hand, and says hello, all the while still not making eye contact. She's a quiet, bespectacled woman, barely in her 20s. She takes a seat, orders a teh-o, and tells me that she can't stay too late, that her parents expect her home for dinner. I reassure her that that's fine, then ask why exactly she decided to meet up with me. I add that she doesn't seem like the type of person that openly shares these kinds of stories. She only nods for a couple of seconds, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, then says that she just needed to talk to someone about it. I ask why she feels she couldn't talk to her family about it. After all, I continue, I got the impression from what little she had told me before we met up that they were very much a part of this particular incident.
She doesn't reply for a moment, then finally looks directly at me and asks if she can tell me her story. I nod and tell her to start from the beginning. About 2 years ago, Farah, her younger brother, and their parents took a weekend trip to Johor Bahru to celebrate their parents' anniversary. The family stayed in a hotel about a 20-minute drive away from the Woodlands checkpoint. Farah smiles as she tells me that they were lucky enough to get upgraded to a suite, and the staff learned that it was her parents' anniversary. Their family so rarely went on holidays together, let alone stayed in suites. So they spent that afternoon excitedly exploring lavish accommodations. Evening eventually rolled around, and they had made plans to have dinner at the hotel's restaurant. Before heading out, her father went to the bedroom to pray while the rest of them watched TV in the living room. Farah couldn't hear him at first, which seemed normal. Her father, like her, was very soft-spoken. After a while, though, she noticed that his prayers got louder and louder. Soon, he came out of the room, but seemed troubled. Over dinner, he told them that he felt something darting around him while he was praying. He couldn't see what it was, which was why he raised his voice, hoping that this would get whatever it was to leave him alone. But it also left Farah's father with an uneasy feeling. That night, the whole family fell asleep, sharing the same bed. In the middle of the night, however, at around 3 a.m., Farah woke up to find her mother sleeping on the floor. At first, she thought that her mum didn't have enough space on the bed, so she offered to sleep on the couch in the living room instead. But her mother said it wasn't about the space. She felt itchy all over and kept getting poked and prodded by something, all of which stopped when she moved to the floor. So Farah called the front desk and asked for an extra bed for her mother. The next day, her mother would tell her that she slept absolutely soundly for the rest of the night. Farah, on the other hand, woke up again at around 5 in the morning to the sound of someone very loudly stirring, a metal spoon rhythmically hitting a ceramic cup. She had assumed it was either her mother or father, but when Farah looked around, she saw that everyone else was asleep. The noise stopped suddenly. Farah looked out of the room and then saw a shadow pacing angrily about. The shadow seemed to stop a little after Farah noticed it. She didn't know how, but she was absolutely certain that it was glaring at her. After another moment, the shadow turned its attention away from Farah, headed back to the kitchen, where the stirring continued again, louder and louder than before. Terrified, Farah covered her face with a blanket, shaking beneath the covers. The stirring lasted for about 5 minutes, then stopped suddenly. Farah could only stop shaking and fall back asleep only about half an hour later. Despite getting a decent night's sleep, Farah's mother still seemed restless the next morning at breakfast. Her father was quieter than usual too. Farah asked him if everything was alright, and he said that he had a very unsettling dream about a strange woman in their suite. In his dream, the woman was angry. Farah's mother was sleeping beside him. So she woke her up. The woman then went to make a drink angrily to wake everyone else up too. Farah and her mother exchanged worried looks. They each told their father what had happened the night before, and immediately after breakfast, the family requested for a different room. Farah tells me that the rest of their weekend was peaceful. But when they came back to Singapore, no one in her family wanted to talk about what had happened. She tells me that that's why she felt like she needed to talk to me. She suspects that, as frightened as she was, what had happened to her parents had shaken them even more. She tells me that they've been colder to each other ever since, and she was still too upset about what had happened to talk to them. I ask whether talking about it again helped, and she nods. Slowly, she says that she's still troubled by it, but it's a start. She then looks directly at me again, for only the second time that evening, and thanks me. I tell her that I'm glad to help. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode was produced with help from Singlet Station. Ghost Maps is partnering with Trip Frigo for a special Halloween event. For just $9.90, step past the veil of the ordinary with a selection of our supernatural stories, together with exclusive commentary from the creators. You'll also be the very first to enjoy a never-before-released episode of Ghost Maps. Sign up for terrifying tales from Trip Frigo, produced in partnership with Hantu, now at tripfrigo.com. You can also win tickets for the event by taking part in the Map Out Your Best Ghost Stories contest. Simply tell us about your own supernatural experiences. Join the contest now at tripfrigo.com/Halloween. Ghost Maps. Entry 20, Kovan Road, Singapore. From the moment he alights his mother's car, Adam immediately seems like a typical 16-year-old. Hunched over slightly, pimply-faced, uneven voice, with clothes that are some approximation of what passes for trendy these days. His mother is a friend of a friend. She waves as she drives off, entrusting me with her son for the next hour, while she runs some errands, but also keenly aware of what we'll be discussing. Happily, I note that, like a lot of teenagers these days, Adam's not one to shy away from emotional honesty. When I ask about what had happened to him, he reaches into his backpack and pulls out a beat-up hardcover notebook. His journal, he tells me. He reads a bit of it, and my immediate impression is that his fear at the time was matched only by a strong sense of curiosity, a need to understand what was happening to him. I smile to myself. The second thing to cross my mind is that he reminds me of me at that age. My ex-wife, I thought to myself, would find that hilarious. I shake off the thought that I might be projecting a little and ask him to start from the beginning. It was the 15th of June, 2018, a Friday night. Adam had been looking forward to this party for weeks. The party was at Rachel's, a girl he had a massive crush on. And sure, she had invited his whole group of friends, not him specifically, but the fact that he was even going at all felt like a good sign. She lived in a small condo along Coven Road, and her unit was on the ground floor, right in front of the pool. The party, Adam wrote, started out awkward at first. Him and his friends had arrived unfashionably on time at 5. But Adam had offered to help Rachel set up, and as more people showed up at around 6, things started to loosen up. Food was barbecued, music was blasted at full volume, patio furniture was tossed into the pool. According to Adam's journal, it was an absolute blast. By 1 in the morning, things had died down. Most of Adam and Rachel's friends had left, but a few of them stuck around just to talk. Rachel was starting to clean up, so Adam offered to help again. She smiled, rubbed his arm, and said that it was all right, that he had already been a great help. He had stammered that it was no problem at all. The smile she gave him could have lit up the night sky. She asked if it wasn't too much trouble, whether he could help her bring some of the glasses and plates to the kitchen, and he opted to it. Her kitchen was a narrow room in a corner of her unit, away from pretty much everything else. Adam flipped the light switch as he had entered, precariously balancing a stack of plates and a couple of glasses in his arms. He wrote in his journal about how the lights in the kitchen flickered eerily, but he brushed it off, the adrenaline from Rachel rubbing his arm fueling his bravery. In front of the kitchen sink, at the far end of the room, was a window that faced the corner of the condo's grounds, where a whole bunch of bushes and trees grew. As he gathered up the dishes earlier, Adam had originally planned to surprise Rachel by washing them. Standing in front of that sink, looking out the window onto that mostly unlit area, the trees rustling in the night wind and casting ominous shadows, Adam wasn't so sure that he wanted to stay in that room for very much longer. But his hormones got the better of him. He started washing the dishes, humming a tune as he did, and thinking about how grateful Rachel would be to comfort himself. Still, he tried not to look out the window and wash the dishes as quickly as he could. He was almost done, and feeling pretty relieved that nothing had happened, when he looked up and saw something fly by the window. Adam assures me that it was a head. I ask him how he can be absolutely certain, and he says that he locked eyes with it as it flew by. He shrugs and admits that if that was all that happened, he would have started doubting himself after a few days. But then he heard a voice from behind him. It was a little girl, no older than 6 years old, standing just at the entrance of the kitchen. "You're not supposed to be here," the girl said to him sternly. Adam was startled at first, but regained his composure pretty quickly. He smiled uneasily at the little girl and asked her if she was Rachel's sister. The girl didn't respond, but seemed to look past Adam for a second, towards the window behind him. And just as suddenly as she appeared, the girl turned and ran out the kitchen. Confused and more than a little bit creeped out, Adam quickly finished the dishes and headed back out to the pool, where Rachel was relaxing with a couple of friends. He told her that he washed the dishes as casually as he could, though he readily admits to me that it probably wasn't as casual as he had hoped. She gave him a grateful awe, but then he mentioned that he ran into her sister in the kitchen, and her expression changed. She looked like she was both furious and frightened. Tears started streaking down her face. She got up and ran off.
Yeah.
Adam was so confused until one of Rachel's friends spoke up. "What's wrong with you?" A friend said. "Rachel's sister died from cancer 3 years ago." Rachel called Adam a week later to apologize and to explain. She told him that it all took her by surprise because no one outside her immediate family had seen her sister, Nancy, since her death. Adam listened and she told him about how Nancy always had what their mother referred to as the sight. Ever since she was old enough to speak, Nancy would point to people that weren't there. Sometimes, Rachel said, her voice going slightly quieter, Nancy would tell their parents about the monsters outside her window. Before she died, Nancy kept saying how the family needed to be careful of the head floating outside the house. A year or so after she had passed, Rachel saw Nancy out of the corner of her eye, walking to the kitchen. She ran after the spectre, but of course, when she got to the kitchen, there was no one there. She thought she was crazy at first, and didn't say anything to anyone. Pretty soon, however, she learned that her parents had seen Nancy too. She never spoke to any of us though, Rachel told Adam, her voice cracking. She started sobbing on the other end of the line. Adam cautiously ventured that maybe her sister was protecting him that night. Maybe she was protecting everyone in the house. And maybe, he added, Nancy hadn't spoken to anyone in her family because it would just be too hard for them. Especially after everyone had started to move on. Rachel's sobs slowly died down to sniffles. She told Adam that she wanted to believe that. Adam starts blushing and he tells me that she also called him sweet. He then says that he's had a few other friends confide in him about their own experiences since then. He tells me that that's actually why he wanted to meet up with me. His mother's friend had mentioned in passing what I did. He tells me that he's been keeping an account of other people's encounters with spirits and the supernatural too. I look at him for a moment and suddenly wonder if this was what my mentor saw when he first met me. Adam asks whether he could follow me on one of my meetings one of these days. I smile and nod. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps is partnering with Trip Frigo for a special Halloween event. For just $9.90, step past the veil of the ordinary with a selection of our supernatural stories, together with exclusive commentary from the creators. You'll also be the very first to enjoy a never-before-released episode of Ghost Maps. Sign up for terrifying tales from Trip Frigo, produced in partnership with Hantu, now at tripfrigo.com. You could also win tickets for the event by taking part in the Map Out Your Best Ghost Stories contest. Simply tell us about your own supernatural experiences. Join the contest now at tripfrigo.com/Halloween. Ghost Maps. Entry 21. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Fick knows that there's no way he actually remembers his grandmother, his nenek, rocking him to sleep when he was a baby. Obviously, it's a mix of what my parents told me and my own feelings for her, he says. But those memories still feel so real to me, you know? I tell him that I completely understand, just as our drinks arrive. Fick and I are sitting at a coffee shop along Upper Serangoon Road. Soft-spoken and hunched over in a slightly too big windbreaker. I don't doubt for a second when he tells me that the feud between his mum and his late grandmother took a toll on him. Neither woman wanted to talk about what had started it. Fick suspects that, as is usually the case with familial bad blood, it was probably some small misunderstanding that just snowballed with each and every tiny slight over the years. Still, however it began, it ended with the old woman that he loved so dearly dying with nothing but hatred in her heart. Fick stares off into the distance for a second, composing himself. He tells me he hasn't spoken to his mother in 5 years, not since he left Kuala Lumpur and returned to Singapore, where he works as an IT consultant now. Things were already tense between them after his grandmother passed, but in the aftermath of the incident, it felt wrong for Fick to be near his family. I ask him if he's sure he wants to talk about this. He gives me a weak smile and only the hint of a nod. I wait another moment or two before placing my recorder on the table. And when it seems like he's actually ready, I ask him to start from the beginning. It was a rainy October evening back in 2015. Fick's family was still staying in their 2-story home in Taman Melawati. His grandmother had just passed away, barely 2 months before. No one in the family had spoken about her since the funeral. His father was part of that generation of men who refused to show any kind of emotion that could be construed as weakness. His mother, well, one of the few things that helped to keep Fick's relationship with his mother relatively civil at the time was that he still helped her out in the kitchen. That's where he was on this particular evening, chopping up carrots for stew while his mother sliced up the lamb. His father was still at the office and wasn't expected home for at least another hour or so, just in time for dinner. As his mum was about to place a glass pot onto the stove, the kitchen phone rang. She wiped her hands on her apron and answered the call with a cheery, Hello? Before her tone took a very sudden turn. Immediately, Fick knew that it was probably his uncle, his father's brother, on the other end of the line. His mother's biting responses were enough to give him a gist of what they were arguing about. A sinkhole at the cemetery had damaged his grandmother's grave. He said that she and Fick's father needed to help him fix it the following morning. She insisted it could wait till that weekend. After about a minute of back and forth, she finally slammed the phone down on him and without a word, continued working on dinner. As quickly as he could, Fick finished chopping the carrots and made up some reason to excuse himself. His mother, clearly seeing through this, only gave him a curt response and turned back to her cooking. For just a second, Fick wanted to say something. He wanted to yell at her. He wanted to scream that her stubbornness had torn their family apart. He wanted to let her know that because of her, his last memory of his grandmother wasn't of the woman who rocked him to sleep as a baby. It was of an angry, frightening woman screeching at his mother to get out of her hospital room. But that second passed, and Fick headed into the living room to watch some TV instead. It had been about half an hour before Fick noticed a damp smell permeating the living room. He looked under and around the sofa to see if any of the family's 3 cats had come in out of the rain. Nothing. As the stench grew stronger, Fick switched off the television and made his way around the house, from the living room to the dining room and up to the bedrooms, to see if he could find the source. While upstairs, however, he heard a blood-curdling scream from below. It was his mother. Rushing back down, Fick found her standing at the entrance of the kitchen, glaring with a look of fear and loathing at the mirror hanging on a wall in the dining room. From where she stood, the mirror would have shown a reflection of the living room sofa. But when Fick turned towards that direction, he saw nothing there. "Ma? What is it?" he cried, frozen on the stairs, unsure of how to help. Part of him started to hope that maybe it was just some animal that had scurried into the house. But another part of him knew that he'd never heard his mother scream like that before. "Ma?" he ventured again, but she still didn't respond. Not to him, at least. In Bahasa, she spat at the mirror. "Why won't you leave me alone?" Later, Fick would find out what exactly it was that his mother saw in the reflection. A person wrapped in a muddied burial shroud, staring menacingly at her. In that moment, however, a feeling washed over Fick. Familiar, yet twisted. A sense that something he once found comfort in had been tainted and turned into something sinister. In that moment, while he didn't know what his mother saw, he knew exactly who was taunting her. Before Fick could say anything, however, his mother was screaming again. Leave! You stay away from me and my family. Her anger was raw, an anger fueled by a lifetime of resentment. The louder she screamed, though, the stronger that damp smell grew. Soon, it filled the entire house, choking both Fick and his mother. As if to give that stench form, a green mist seemed to flood the living room. Within that mist, Fick could barely make out a person's silhouette. He tells me that he's not sure if he actually saw the silhouette's face or if he just imagined it. Either way, it was enough for Fick to finally cough out a plea. And please, it took a moment. Almost as if whatever was tormenting them was trying to remember something it had forgotten so long ago. But soon enough, the mist dissipated and the stench was gone. Fick tells me that, as far as he knew, neither of them ever told his father what happened. All his mother had said over dinner that night was that they needed to help with Fick's grandmother's grave the following morning. After that, though, things were different. Fick tried to talk to his mother about the incident a couple of times, but she would cheerily brush him off. He tells me that after a while, she even seemed to have no recollection of what transpired at all. But it wasn't just that. His mother started behaving strangely too. Familiar, but also very unlike herself. She was more loving to Fick, pampering him with sweets and kisses like he was still a child. Her attitude towards Fick's father changed too. She was more doting than before, but in a motherly sort of way. And every once in a while, Fick thought he could see a green mist swirling around her. He'd do a double take, but all he saw was his mother beaming back at him with a smile that just didn't seem to fit her face. By the end of that year, Fick moved back to Singapore. I still wonder whether I did the right thing, Fick says, staring off in the distance again. I tell him that it sounds like he really didn't have much choice. He says that he's not just talking about that night, though. He feels like he should have spoken up earlier, done more to help his mother and grandmother reconcile, while the older woman was still alive. He allows himself another weak smile. At least, I still have memories of her, right? He says, clearly not expecting an answer. I want to ask him whether he's still talking about his grandmother, but decide it's probably best not to say anything.
If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio-Technica mics. Ghost Maps.
Entry 22, Shenton Way, Singapore. Anna looks tired as she takes a seat
across from me at a Tiong Bahru coffee house with a soy latte in hand. I ask her if she's had a busy day. She laughs and says, "What do you mean had? I'm heading back to work after this." Anna's a creative director at a tech startup, which means that, as she puts it, she practically lives in the office. I ask her whether that puts a strain on her marriage. She smiles affectionately and shakes her head. As long as she looks after her health, she tells me, her husband doesn't give her too much grief about it. He knows it's what I love to do, and, like it or not, he gets that the late nights are just a part of the job, she says, taking a sip of her latte. She adds with another laugh, however, that he won't stop by and visit her in the office anymore. Not after what had happened, anyway. It was Anna's husband, Edgar, that actually suggested she meet up with me. I ask her why Edgar didn't join us, since he's a part of this story too. She chuckles and tells me that he usually clocks out on time. So, he'd rather not have the incident on his mind just before he heads back for an evening at home, with no one else but the cat around. I smile politely. I can't really tell her that I understand, of course. It's not like I keep regular hours in my particular line of work. Instead, I place my recorder on the table and ask her when she's ready to start from the beginning. It was late last year, just 2 months after the company had moved into their Shenton Way office space. The vending machines and the bar were fully stocked. There was a pool table, a video game room, and even a modestly sized gym.
What if I do?
More importantly, though, there was still an air of excitement among the relatively small team. People were gladly working overtime, driven less by deadlines and more by the kind of enthusiasm that comes from being on the ground floor of something new. Still, by around 11 on this particular Wednesday night, almost everyone had gone home. Well, everyone, except for Anna, that is, who was hoping to get a head start on a project. In the last 2 decades or so, Anna had worked in everything from office towers to shop houses. And the only time she'd ever experienced anything out of the ordinary at night was when she encountered a rat in an office pantry a few years ago. So, when she felt like she was being watched, she tried to shrug it off. She was tired, she reasoned. She wasn't the young, hungry creative she used to be. Hell, she said out loud, I'm just not as young as I used to be. And she chuckled to herself, a little louder than she normally would, hoping that it would distract her from that unsettling feeling that she wasn't alone. Just before midnight, though, she was startled by the buzzer at the front door. It was Edgar. He decided to surprise her by dropping by with some satay from Lau Pa Sat. She told him it was sweet of him and that he really didn't need to. She didn't want to tell him the truth because it felt silly now that she wasn't alone. But the truth was that she was deeply relieved that he had shown up. Edgar gave her a loving peck on the cheek, but then his eyes widened as he took in the sight of Anna's work desk. Scattered messily amongst her notebook, tablet, desktop setup, and secondary monitors were 5 crushed cans of soda. Edgar grunted disapprovingly as he waved one of the cans accusingly at her, but Anna only shrugged. The sugar keeps me going, she laughed. Edgar rolled his eyes as he tossed the can he was holding into the basket beside her table.
The couple had their supper in the pantry, enjoying the view of the city. If Anna was being honest, she tells me that used to be another reason why she didn't mind working late. Not just for the work itself, but to see the skyline all lit up. After supper, Anna decided that she'd call in a night. So while Edgar headed to the bathroom, she washed up the plates. She'd barely finished when she heard Edgar call out to her from the direction of her desk. There was something in his tone that concerned her. It wasn't fear. At least, not yet, anyway. Anna jogged back to her desk, wiping her hands on her jeans. But when she got there, she didn't notice what Edgar was staring at. Not at first. She was about to ask him what was wrong when she followed his line of sight and saw the 5 crushed soda cans stacked, one on top of the other. "Did you do this?" Edgar asked, his voice level. Anna shook her head. "And you're sure we're the only ones here?" he added, though he clearly knew what her answer would be. Still, she nodded anyway, slowly. In that same level tone, Edgar asked her to pack up. Quickly, but awkwardly, Anna navigated her way around to pick up her backpack, careful not to touch the desk. "I didn't know what would happen if I bumped into the desk and the cans fell," she tells me, somehow looking even more exhausted now. And I didn't want to know. With her backpack in tow, Anna and Edgar headed straight for the exit, not bothering to switch off the lights on their way out. The walk from her desk to the door couldn't have been more than a couple of steps, but it felt like forever to them. The whole time, Anna was gripped by that unsettling feeling from before. They were being watched. She could feel wherever it was glaring at her from behind. Menacingly, yes, but also a little playfully. As they reached the door, Anna and Edgar stopped suddenly, flinching at the sound of the 5 soda cans crashing down. Without a word to each other, the couple scrambled out of the office as quickly as they could. In that rush, though, Anna could have sworn that she heard a child giggling from her desk. Anna's not a spiritual person, but she absolutely refused to come into the office until the CEO had the space blessed by a representative from every major religion. Making demands of the boss. It's one of the perks of being an old hand in this industry, she says, with a smirk. I return a grin, then ask if those blessings are why she's okay with working well into the night now. She tells me she's not actually fine with working late. She tries not to, and when she does, like tonight, she insists that the CEO and at least one other person is there with her. She finishes her soy latte, then says, "It's like I told Edgar. There are things that are part of the job that you have to work around or just accept. And this is now one of those things."
If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now. This episode of Ghost Maps was recorded on Audio Technica mics. Ghost Maps.
Entry 23. Ipoh, Malaysia. It's 2 a.m. and I'm sitting at a coffee place near Clark Quay, sipping an overpriced flat white. Most of the people I speak to don't normally like to meet me this late, no matter how lively the location. Mazlan, however, says that he's a bit of a night owl. He works as a financial consultant back home in Ipoh, so he's had to adjust his sleep schedule since his days in boarding school, when late night study sessions were a norm amongst him and his classmates. He doesn't mind though, he says, with a genial smile as he takes his seat across from me, after picking up his mocha frappuccino from the counter. Mazlan's in Singapore for a holiday, so he can enjoy a coffee at this hour without worrying about getting to the office on time tomorrow morning. When a mutual friend of ours found out he'd be in town, she suggested that he share his story with me. See, Mazlan isn't a big guy. He's a little soft-spoken, with a gentle but warm demeanor. Which is why, he tells me, that people are always a little surprised to learn that he used to play rugby in school, and he was pretty good at it too. But a knee injury ended any chance he had of pursuing it further. He jokes that he's actually a lot better at finances than he was at rugby anyway. I ask him if he tried to get physiotherapy for the knee, and he just shrugs, that affable disposition taking a bit of a dip. He tells me that he'd thought about it, but after what had happened to him, he wasn't as enthusiastic about the sport as he used to be. I take that as my cue and ask him to start from the beginning. It was a Thursday evening in April 2010. Like every other weeknight at around 8 p.m, Mazlan, a senior back then, was taking a stroll from his boarding school's dorm to the academic block. The block was never totally empty around this time. There'd always be a couple of study groups scattered around in different classrooms. This mix of company and quiet was the perfect environment for Mazlan to brush up on the day's lessons. Enough activity around him so he wouldn't get bored, but not enough to distract him. He would always take his time to get to the academic block though. Ipoh nights, he tells me, are particularly windy. Not chilly, but refreshing. He chuckles and says that these evening strolls are probably why he's such a night owl in the first place. As Mazlan reached the block, he saw that the lights were on in only 4 of the 22 classrooms, a lot fewer than usual. He thought nothing of it at the time and made his way to one of these rooms on the 2nd floor, where he found his friends Amran and Ishak. The pair wordlessly waved to Mazlan as he entered. They were sitting across from each other, but listening to music on their own MP3 players. Mazlan took a seat next to Amran, and for the next half an hour, the 3 students silently pored over their books. The only sound that filled the room was the occasional howling of the wind. Suddenly, however, the evening was interrupted by a loud bang as the classroom's door angrily slammed shut. It was a shock to all of them, but the wind had steadily grown stronger over the last 30 minutes, so it wasn't exactly unusual. What was unusual, Mazlan noted almost immediately, was that the doors for the other occupied classrooms hadn't slammed shut. He shrugged it off, but just as he tried to get back to his books, he heard a strange,
steady, clacking sound, like metal and concrete. Strange, but also familiar. He tapped Amran on the shoulder. The other boy pulled out his earphones and asked Mazlan what was up. "Can you hear that?" Mazlan asked. But Amran had no idea what he was talking about. Not wanting to be left out of the conversation, Ishak pulled out his earphones too. When Mazlan asked him if he heard that clacking sound, the other boy shook his head, looking more confused than concerned. Mazlan, on the other hand, was starting to worry, if for no other reason than for his own sanity. He tried to be logical about it, convincing himself that he must have been much more tired than he thought. The faculty had always been pretty lax about when the boys needed to be in bed, so Mazlan was used to studying well past midnight. All those late nights must have finally taken a toll on him, he reasoned. Convinced that he wasn't going to be able to focus anymore, Mazlan packed his books, wordlessly waved goodbye to his friends, and headed back to the dorms. That clacking sound, thankfully, did not follow him. Not at first, anyway. The stronger winds, Mazlan soon realized, were clearly a precursor to heavy rain. So he decided to take another sheltered route back to the dorms. As he neared the dorms, however, that clacking sound returned, louder than before. It seemed to be coming from behind him and getting closer every second. More annoyed than scared now, Mazlan spun around and discovered why the noise sounded so familiar. Another student in rugby gear was jogging towards his direction, the metal cleats on the player's shoes striking the concrete path with each step. Clack, clack, clack. Mazlan let out a sigh of relief and almost wanted to laugh. The student wasn't someone that he knew. Probably a junior, he thought. There was something a little off about the student, though. Something that Mazlan couldn't quite place. Something about his neck. But before Mazlan could figure it out, the student had turned a corner and was out of sight. Mazlan shook off the thought and looked around to get his bearings. As expected, it had started to rain, but he could just about make out that the building in front of him was the infirmary. Mazlan says that, in retrospect, it's amazing how easily he shrugged off the inconsistencies and strangeness of that night.
Well,
What was a lone rugby player doing there? He chuckles, mirthlessly. Why did I hear that sound earlier, but Amran and Ishak didn't? I tell him it's a pretty common coping mechanism. That, a lot of times, people try not to see what's clearly in front of them. He shakes his head, still chastising himself for not realizing sooner. The following afternoon, during lunch, Mazlan asked some of his other classmates why they weren't around for an evening study session the night before. Everyone at the cafeteria table stopped what they were doing suddenly and glared at him. Yesterday was the anniversary, his friend Azhar said, staring at Mazlan like he should have known better. And he should have. It was the first story that every student heard
from their seniors on their first day of school. Exactly 13 years ago to the day, the rugby team at the time was practicing in the rain. A rugger had been tackled a little too hard. He landed wrong, and his neck took the brunt of the impact. He was brought to the infirmary, where, while waiting for the ambulance, he asked for some water. Somehow, because of his injury, the water entered his trachea, and he choked to death. Since then, every year on that particular night, few students would dare to stay out late, for fear of seeing that rugger's spirit roaming the grounds. Mazlan lets out a sigh and says that it was just bad luck that he hadn't been paying attention to what the date was. I point out that this incident clearly hasn't deterred him from enjoying late nights.
Oh, wow.
He laughs, that affable demeanor finally returning, and says with genuine affection, if you've ever experienced those wonderful, windy Ipoh nights, you'd understand why.
If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now.
You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps, Entry 24, East Coast Park, Singapore. I noticed David's tattoo as soon as he takes a seat across from me. We're at a coffee shop in Sengkang, a couple of blocks away from his flat, on a nice, sunny Saturday afternoon. David doesn't seem to think much of the weather though. I suppose it's just rose-tinted glasses, he says, with a shrug. The skies are never as clear as they used to be when you're a kid. David admits that his teenage years were probably no more special than most Singaporean kids back in the late 90s. Shopping for clothes at Far East Plaza, buying CDs at the old Tower Records, trying to sneak into clubs, and of course, school holidays spent at chalets. He laughs at how no one does that anymore. I don't want to sound like one of those old guys that goes on and on about what he used to do back in his day though. He chuckles. I take the opportunity to ask about the tattoo on his right forearm. It's of a mahjong tile, one of those on which a Chinese character has been engraved. I recognize the character as Dong or East. He tells me that it's actually connected to his story, which of course is my cue to turn on my recorder and ask him to start from the beginning. It was the December holidays back in 1998, and David and his friends were on the cusp of young adulthood. They'd all received their O-level results just a week earlier. Most of them would be furthering their education locally. Some of them had opportunities to study abroad. A couple of them were even planning to jump straight into work. All of them, however, knew that this school holiday was probably going to be one of their last times hanging out together, even if none of them wanted to say it out loud. So, they decided to mark the occasion by booking a chalet over at East Coast Park. There were 10 of them at the chalet, including David's two best friends, Hadi and Joe, as well as his girlfriend at the time, Melissa. They had booked the chalet for 5 days, the first 2 of which were relatively uneventful. Most meals were lightly charred fare, like chicken, satay, or prawns, eaten off paper plates around the barbecue. Music was constantly playing, either from David's radio, or courtesy of someone strumming an off-key cover of Wonderwall on Joe's guitar. And there was always a game of mahjong going on. On the third night, David, Melissa, and two of their other friends, Samantha and Aaron, were in the middle of one of those games. It was around 1 in the morning, and no one had gone to bed yet. Hadi, Joe, and the rest of their friends were just chatting, mostly about their idealistic plans for the future. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, until the chalet suddenly went cold. Not the kind of cold from a particularly chilly breeze or an air conditioner set too low, but almost like an overwhelming presence. Hadi was the first to notice and tried to adjust the fans, but it didn't seem to make a difference. That's when David realized that something was wrong with Melissa. She had stopped speaking mid-sentence and had gone completely pale. She tilted her head down and started mumbling to herself in what sounded like two different voices, but David couldn't make out what she was saying. Suddenly, her head shot back up, and something about her had completely changed, as if the lighting on her was all wrong. Her skin was sickly green, and her eyes didn't seem to focus. And then she spoke. It was a voice that David didn't recognize, but swears to me that he'll never forget. It was still a woman, but she sounded older, much older. And there was a hoarseness to her voice that simply couldn't have come from his usually soft-spoken girlfriend. She growled out a hello that got everyone's attention and stunned them into complete silence. Everyone, that is, except for Joe, who calmly but firmly asked this woman who she was and what she wanted. David would later find out that this wasn't Joe's first brush with the supernatural, but in that moment, David was in complete awe at his friend's bravery. The spirit, it seemed, was impressed too. In something almost approximating a friendly tone, she said, wearing an unsettling grin on Melissa's face, and she wanted to play mahjong. Joe told her that she had possessed their friend, and again, as politely as he could, that she was not welcome there. The spirit, however, simply replied, "Then make me leave." Joe didn't respond to her. Instead, he looked pleadingly around the chalet. Samantha and Aaron had already stepped away from the table. But if the spirit wanted to play, then it needed people to play with. David followed Joe's line of sight and saw what his friend did, that despite having their futures ahead of them, in that very moment, the reality was that they were all still children. Terrified children. Eventually, Hari stood up and, together with Joe, joined David at the mahjong table. David tells me that if the spirit had possessed anyone besides Melissa, he probably would have stepped away from the table too. I wasn't brave, he says, but I felt less scared with Hadi and Joe there. With her fellow players finally seated, the spirit reached out to the tiles in the center of the table. Before she started shuffling them, though, she said plainly, flashing that unsettling, ill-fitting grin again, that she didn't like to lose. The boys only nodded, as the sound of shuffled plastic tiles and hoarse laughter filled the chalet. They played for hours. Everyone who wasn't part of the game barely moved all night. One of the boys even wet himself, but still no one dared to make a sound. By 6:30, the spirits' side of the table was piled high with chips, which she looked upon proudly. It was around this time when the spirit suddenly let out a satisfied grunt, her voice more guttural than before, and then laid her head on the table. David, Joe, and Hadi were unsure of what was going on at first, but then David noticed that the chalet's fluorescent lights were now mixed with the warm rays of the sun shining through the windows. It was dawn. The spirit had left. Melissa rubbed the sleep from her eyes and asked what had happened. That morning, with 2 days remaining on their booking, the 10 friends packed up and left. For years after, I never went back to that area, David says. He knew that the whole stretch had been revamped in the early 2000s, and that all those familiar chalets were gone. When he finally decided to check out the area again a few years ago, it was a jarring experience for him. Certainly, though not entirely for the reasons he had expected. Standing there, watching as a whole new generation of teenagers whiled away their holidays, hopeful for the future that awaited them, he found himself filled with a mix of disorientation. That same sense of relief he had felt when that night came to an end, and a strange longing. A longing for when the skies always seemed clearer to him. A longing for barbecues and bad acoustic Wonderwall covers. And that's when I finally realized what David's tattoo means. It wasn't a reminder of his encounter. It was a reminder of his life before it. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at We Are Hantu. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio-Technica mics. You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps, Entry 25, Sam Leong Road, Singapore. Linda tells me that she likes things simple. This is why she prefers to meet at a kopitiam in Woodlands on a late Sunday afternoon instead of one of the bigger coffee house chains. It's why her days are meticulously scheduled and planned out, right down to these 2 hours that she set aside for me in a section on her phone's calendar that she's marked as Ghost Story. It's why she doesn't date, and most importantly, it's definitely why she went into accounting. Yes, it's not the sexiest career, she says with a knowing smile, but it's a job. I don't need it to be sexy. I need it to make sense and pay my bills. It's that preference for simplicity and straightforwardness that made her encounter all the more unnerving though. She tells me that she wasn't raised in a particularly superstitious household. She never saw the appeal of horror movies or ghost stories. So, when the seemingly unexplainable started happening in her firm's shophouse office, her first instinct was to find explanations. Honestly, it was more frustrating than frightening, she says. It's such a cliche, but I really did believe that if I followed a set and clear path, I'd have a relatively problem-free life. This incident completely went against that idea. Before she goes any further, however, I switch my recorder on and ask her to start from the beginning. The shophouse on Sam Leong Road was spacious enough to comfortably house a small accounting firm, although not spacious enough for Linda's liking. She'd find herself having to stop work in those first few days to entertain her colleagues who came by her desk for small talk or to invite her out for lunch. She would always decline in as friendly a tone as she could manage, not because it was the polite thing to do, but because she knew that she would need to rely on these same colleagues to do her job effectively. After a week or two, however, Linda would barely even put up any pretense and just waved her well-meaning co-workers away. It was about a month into a time with the company when she'd first overheard some of them talk about a shadow that they would see while on their evening smoke breaks. She reasoned that her colleagues needed some kind of juicy gossip, since the firm didn't have much in the way of office politics. All of that changed on a particular evening when it was just her and her co-worker, Anne, working late. Anne had mentioned that she was popping out to meet her husband for dinner and asked if Linda wanted her to buy anything back. Frustrated with this particular client that she was dealing with, Linda rudely brushed Anna off. "Can't you see that I'm busy?" she barked. Anne's only response was to angrily slam the office door on her way out. Finally, Linda said to herself out loud, "Some peace and quiet so I can finish up and go home." When she heard the second slam about a minute later, she assumed that Anne had returned. Probably forgot a purse, Linda thought, rolling her eyes. But Anne never reappeared. Instead, there was a third slam. More curious than anything else, Linda headed over to the door. When she found that it was firmly shut, however, she reasoned that it must have been one of their neighbors' doors instead. The walls of these shop houses were pretty thin, after all. Linda had barely settled back into her work when she started to notice a creaking noise. She tried to ignore it at first, assuming it was just one of those sounds that you had to expect from these old shop houses, but the creak grew louder. She eventually realized that it was coming from above and looked up. The ceiling fan was tilted, not slightly, but at around a 30-degree angle. Linda tried to come up with a reason. Faulty wiring, shoddy workmanship, anything. But none of it made any sense. She was absolutely certain that the fan had never been tilted like that before. She knew, precisely because of her firm grasp on logic, that she had to admit to herself that this was just not logical. And that's when she heard The footsteps. "Anne," she called out, a pleading tone replacing her earlier dismissiveness. The footsteps were coming from inside the office. There was no doubt about that. She saw a shadow approaching the main area from the door, and for a brief moment, she felt relieved. "Oh, Anne," she called out again, with a slight chuckle. "Thank goodness it's you. How was dinner?" No response. The shadow crept closer and closer. As it entered the main area, the horrible truth dawned on Linda. The shadow didn't belong to Anne. It didn't belong to anyone. Linda's hold on logic and reason went out the window. She panicked and scrambled out of the office as quickly and as quietly as she could, hoping not to get the shadow's attention. As she ran out the door, however, she heard a voice call out to her. A young woman, whose tone wasn't malicious. In fact, she sounded slightly confused, even scared. "Apa kau buat di rumahku? What are you doing in my home?" Linda tells me that she had apparently experienced more in that one evening than not just any of her co-workers, but anyone else along that stretch of shophouses. A few of the other tenants had also seen mysterious shadows and heard a confused young woman asking about why there were other people in her home. These tenants called in a Taoist priest who said that the shophouses were haunted by a wandering spirit, a woman that had lived and died along Sam Leong Road nearly 70 years ago. The priest had blessed the shophouses and finally put the spirit to rest, Linda tells me. But my boss had insisted that no one should work alone in the office anymore. She adds that while she appreciated the gesture, she still refused to stay later than 6, no matter what. It wasn't just that I was scared of what might happen, she tells me. It's also because, weirdly enough, this spirit almost felt like some kind of warning to me about the way I'd been living my life. She still tries to keep things orderly, but she has opened up just a little bit. She'll have lunch with her colleagues every once in a while and tries to be friendlier, not just because of their usefulness. She socializes a bit more outside of work too and doesn't worry about the bills as much. I honestly wouldn't even have wasted my time talking to someone like you before, she says. No offense, I tell her, with a slight smile that is none taken. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at We Are Hantu. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio Technica mics. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio Technica mics. Ghost Maps, Entry 26, Changi, Singapore. Mark, an assistant director for close to 15 years, laughs when I ask him if his job is as glamorous as people seem to think it is. Ugh, maybe in Hollywood, he snorts derisively. But come on lah, this is Singapore. I think that coffee shop uncle over there has a more glam job than me. The coffee shop in question, in which we're sitting, is in Tua Payoh, just across the street from Mark's flat. He's on his 4th cigarette since we got here, and he hasn't even ordered his drink yet. I call, the aforementioned uncle over and order a kopi. Mark orders a bottle of beer for himself. It's only 4 in the afternoon. "One Carlsberg," he tells the clearly impatient elderly man in a white singlet, brown shorts, and flimsy flip-flops. No wait, uncle. Sorry, Tiger. After all, we're telling Singaporean ghost stories today. I chuckle and nod as I join Mark for a smoke. His 5th and my 1st in quite some time. It's not so much that I'm craving the cigarette. However, I suspect that having one with him will make him more comfortable about sharing his experiences. All that bravado anyone can see is just his way of dealing with nerves. He goes on and on at first, speaking in broad strokes about some of his encounters from all around Singapore, of which there were many. 1 or 2 sounded somewhat genuine. Most seem a little exaggerated. But then he brushes over something about filming in Changi a little too casually. So I ask him about that, and I can see his bravado fall away. Just for a second. "That one?" he asks, wincing a little. I nod encouragingly. He lets out just the slightest sigh, and then fills half his mug with ice and the rest with tiger beer. Taking a swig of liquid courage, he puts up his front once more. "Okay lah," he says, raising his voice a little for dramatic effect. "Let me tell you about that one." As he lights his 6th cigarette, I switch on my recorder and ask him to start from the beginning. It was June 2015. Mark was working on a shoot for a TV pilot. It was supposed to be for some cheesy horror series, he tells me. Like, what was that show called? Incredible Tales? Yeah, that's it. Like Incredible Tales, but just way worse. The 20-person crew was scheduled to meet at the Changi Village Hawker Centre at around 6 that evening. But Mark and a couple of the others arrived earlier and decided to have a quick bite and a drink at a pub called Charlie's Corner. Among this group was the shoot's bus driver, a genial man in his 60s named Hong. Hong, it seemed, had been ferrying production crews around the area for years. He knew Changi better than most, he claimed, and told them that he'd make sure everyone was alright that evening. Even though Mark had never done a shoot in Changi before, like a lot of Singaporeans, he was well aware of this area's reputation for the supernatural. So, despite the old man's reassuring tone, he was still more than just a little anxious. Mark kept those concerns to himself though, partly because his ego wouldn't allow him to look scared in front of the younger crew members, but also because he was worried that voicing those anxieties might just make them real. Once everyone had showed up, the crew slowly made their way to a secluded area, closer to the more infamous parts of Changi. We didn't want to film in places like the old hospital. It just wasn't worth the risk, he tells me. But we still needed somewhere with the right atmosphere, you know? They reached their destination at around 7 p.m. A long-abandoned 2-story bungalow in a poorly lit, slightly more forested area, away from the lively hustle and bustle of your typical Changi village evening. As the crew alighted and unloaded their equipment, a pair of young production assistants strolled over to a nearby bin just a couple of meters from the bungalow itself and lit their cigarettes. Hong
Genial as always, waved the PA's back towards the bus. "No smoke there," he said. The PAs mockingly waved back to him and continued smoking anyway, until one of the actors, a guy around their age named Suresh, stepped in and yelled at them. Mark was busy unloading some equipment, but caught snippets of what the actor had said. "Don't play around this area. You don't know what's watching." Mark smiled to himself, happy that someone had put them in their place. The PAs, however, were clearly not happy, but stepped away from the bin nonetheless. The unloading and prep continued, but as was usually the case with most shoots, delays, mishaps, and bad luck meant that even as it closed in on 10 p.m., things were still progressing slowly. To make better use of their time, the director asked Mark and one of the cameramen, a guy in his 20s named Leslie, to get some establishing shots from around the bungalow, while he briefed Suresh and a couple of the other actors on the script. The task proved unnervingly easy for Mark and Leslie. The bungalow's exterior looked like it had been neglected for at least a decade. Grass grew wildly all around. Its walls were green with moss, and the area just generally gave off a foreboding vibe. While they were around the back, Mark noticed a small black cat had started following them. Not a fan of animals, he tried to shoo it away. But the cat wouldn't be deterred. Eventually, Leslie and Mark made their way into the bungalow itself, which somehow seemed even more dilapidated than the exterior. Pieces broken off of old furniture and empty food and drink packets were strewn around. Roaches seemed to scurry away whenever Mark shined a light. Finally, the pair made their way up to the second story, the cat still following on their heels. That uneasy feeling that weighed on Mark and Leslie grew heavier as they scaled the creaky steps. Over the next 10 minutes or so, they had managed to capture a couple of adequately eerie shots in one of the rooms. And they were about to head back down when, on their last shot, Mark and Leslie both saw something dart past in front of them through the camera's screen. Mark's first instinct was that it was the cat, but the animal was still by his feet, and it was terrified. Its hackles raised, it hissed at the corner of the room that seemed empty. While trying to make out what the cat was threatened by, Mark was stunned by the sound of Leslie shrieking and jumping in fright. "Did you see that?" the cameraman yelled. Mark spun around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever it was, but it was only when he stood still. However, could he see it? Not clearly, but clear enough. From the corners of their eyes, both men saw what Mark could only describe as a shadow of a woman, moving quickly out of view. Accompanying the shadow was an incoherent whispering, almost like a chant. But most overpowering of all was a sickeningly sweet smell, a sweetness so strong, so all-encompassing, that it made both men feel ill. Mark and Leslie stood in the middle of the room, seemingly trapped by that scent. And the sound of Hong's voice suddenly broke the spell they were under. "Quick!" he yelled. "You know, stay here." Both men shook their stupor off and rushed back down the stairs with Hong. Mark tells me that Hong, the genial old man, was furious with the director. He didn't say any prayers or burn any offerings, Mark says. Can you believe it? Any director worth their salt knows that this kind of thing is standard for shoots and a must when you're doing horror. He says that after him and Leslie had told the director what had happened, the director asked if Hong could lead them in a prayer. The old man, of course, agreed, and the entire crew stood outside the bungalow, looking on solemnly as Hong asked for any spirits that were around to leave them be and let them finish their job and go home safely. I asked Mark if that helped, or if it was too little too late by that point. Lighting another cigarette, he gives me a weak smile and looks like he's about to say something, but before he can answer, my second interviewee for the night joins us. "Hi there," he says, greeting me after patting Mark warmly on the back. "My name's Suresh. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at We Are Hantu. You can also buy official merchandise on Redbubble and be one of our supporters on Patreon, like Stanley. You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps, Entry 27, Changi, Singapore. Suresh has been acting for close to a decade now. But even from his earliest gigs, he'd earned a reputation among the theatre, television, and film communities for two things. One was that he was a hard worker. He'd always be one of the first to arrive on set or at rehearsals, and one of the last to leave. He'd always offer to help the crew haul equipment, and he'd even arrange lunch for everyone whenever he could. The other thing Suresh was known for, however, was being that fella with the third eye. It started off at one of my first auditions, he tells me, taking a seat at the Tua Payoh coffee shop table between myself and my previous interviewee, Mark, an assistant director and a friend of Suresh's. The producer and director had set up a chair for me, but I just stood throughout the whole audition, he says. Before he can continue, the drink stall uncle interrupts Suresh's story to gruffly ask for his order. Suresh politely requests a teh alia, but only after checking with Mark and me whether we wanted anything as well. Once the uncle leaves, Suresh continues with a laugh. I didn't get the part, but it was only later that I found out why. They thought I was a bit too weird to work with, because I was talking to someone in the empty seat they had set up for me. Before Suresh had arrived, Mark was telling me about an experience that he had encountered in 2015 on a shoot at an abandoned bungalow in Changi. Mark had asked Suresh to join us because he felt his friend could add a little more to this story, particularly because of his ability. After Mark catches him up with what he's already told me, Suresh asks if he could start from when the crew had arrived at the bungalow. I tell him to start from his beginning. After the bus had pulled up to the location, the crew's driver, an old man named Hong, had asked two young production assistants not to smoke around a bin that was a couple of meters away from the bungalow itself. "No smoke there. Down there not good," he said. "Many times got bad things happen there." The two PAs had brushed the old man off. Suresh wasn't sure what bad thing Hong was talking about, but
In that moment, it was clear as day to Suresh why Hong had an uneasy feeling about that bin. Standing between the two PAs was what Suresh describes as the shadow of a woman. Well, actually, it wasn't a shadow per se, he corrects himself, pausing to find the right words. Almost like a cloud of smoke that took the form of a woman. Suresh tells me that he's been seeing spirits since he was a child, but he never seen anything like this before. Most of the time, they just look like you and me. So this was... He trails off for a second. I give him a while to compose himself, then ask him what happened next. I freaked out, of course. He chuckles mirthlessly. Instead of calmly coaxing the PAs away from the bin, I yelled at them. Don't play around this area, you don't know what's watching. I must have come off as either a nutcase or a diva. As the PAs begrudgingly walked away from their smoking corner though, the shadow seemed to dissipate. It should have filled Suresh with relief, but he was still plagued by an uneasy feeling. He knew that the shadow wasn't gone, but it wasn't just that though. The whole area gave off an ominous vibe, and not just because it was tucked away in a seemingly forgotten part of Changi, far enough from the nearest sign of civilization. After a few hours of prep and setup, the director eventually asked Hong to say a couple of prayers to keep the crew safe from the supernatural, as was customary on almost all shoots in Singapore. But even as everyone gathered around the elderly driver, Suresh knew that his prayers would not be enough. And almost to prove his point, just outside the huddled crew, the shadow reappeared. Like before, however, it vanished a moment later. Mark interjects at this point. As far as I could tell, things were going fine after the prayers, he says. Suresh adds that he and Mark didn't really know each other back then, so Mark wasn't familiar with his reputation. Bro, if I was, I'd have honestly just ran the hell out of there myself the moment I saw the look on Suresh's face, Mark says. All through the night, the shadow would reappear and disappear again and again. It didn't seem to bother anyone and mostly kept its distance, but of course, Suresh couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. He clearly wasn't the only one though. A couple of times he caught Hong arguing with the director. His tone was one of worry and concern, but the director kept waving him off. Suresh would later find out that Hong shared his uneasiness and tried to get the director to call off the shoot, or at least wrap things up early. But the director wouldn't budge. Feeling trapped and alone, Suresh tried to keep his head down, tried to just do what he needed to do and not pay any attention to the shadow. But then he was hit with a sickeningly sweet smell. It was a smell that Mark had smelled earlier when he had an encounter of his own. It was overpowering and made Suresh feel ill. The way he would later describe it to Mark though, he realized that the sweetness had hit him much harder than Mark. Unable to ignore it, that's when Suresh realized why he kept seeing the shadow appear and disappear all night. It wasn't just one shadow. I ask him how many there were. The color drains from his cheeks. Too many, he says. And they weren't human. He realized then that they were gathering and getting closer to the crew, and they were chanting something. He looked over at Hong. The old man couldn't see them, that much Suresh was now sure of. If he could, he'd be losing his mind. Hell, Suresh was starting to wonder if he was the one that was losing his mind. But he wasn't. Even though he couldn't see them, Hong could obviously sense them. The driver was pacing around nervously, and clearly considering hopping onto his bus and just driving off, leaving the whole crew stranded there. The very possibility of that propelled Suresh into action. He ran up to the director, not caring about how crazy or demanding he looked, and absolutely insisted that they needed to pack up immediately and leave. They broke out into a shouting match, stunning the rest of the crew into silence, before Mark stepped in and took Suresh's side. I heard the words sweet smell and shadow, Mark tells me. That's how I knew Suresh was experiencing something like what I had earlier that night. And then that's when I realized that the prayers weren't enough, that we weren't safe there. Furious but outnumbered, the director finally gave in to Suresh and Mark's demands, then ordered everyone to pack up. Within 15 frantic minutes, everyone had boarded the bus. As they drove off, away from that cursed location, Suresh, who had been sitting next to Mark, somewhere towards the back, hugging his knees against his chest and rocking back and forth, allowed himself to look out of the bus's window. All these years later, Suresh still won't tell Mark what he saw. All I know is that it made him start crying like a baby, Mark says. Suresh and Mark are quiet for a moment before Suresh uneasily laughs off the palpable tension. Phew, that was something, huh? He says weakly, then clumsily excuses himself to use the restroom. Mark waits a second before telling me that he actually did some digging a few years after that night about the history of that bungalow. There were rumors of suicides and even murders. Nothing confirmed, of course, he says. Not officially. He suspects that's what the chanting and the sweet smells were all about. They wanted us to join them. He pauses for a beat, then continues, tilting his head towards the direction of the restrooms. I think that's what he saw that night. All those spirits calling out to him, reaching out to him. Another pause. Then, what worries me is that he hasn't stopped hearing them since then. Mark and I light another cigarette each and wait for Suresh to come back from the restroom. And wait. And wait. But he never returns. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at WeAreHantu. You can also buy official merchandise on Redbubble and be one of our supporters on Patreon, like Austin. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio-Technica mics. You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps, Entry 28, Sturdy Road, Singapore. Darren's on the phone with the manager of the mini-mart that he owns. I'm trying not to eavesdrop, but still manage to piece together that a couple of the store's items are out of stock and their distributor hasn't been terribly cooperative. It sounds like it should be a crisis, but you wouldn't be able to tell from Darren's tone. Calm, collected, and in control, he takes a moment to breathe before explaining to the manager, then ends the call and apologizes to me. I tell him that it's no problem and ask if he needs to head off to attend to the matter. He smiles serenely and says that he's confident his manager will be able to handle it. It's 9 p.m. on a pleasantly windy Thursday night. We're at a coffee shop close to Boon King, where Darren's mini-mart is located. I ask him if his meditation has helped him be more relaxed about his business, and he laughs. No, he says with a smirk. That comes from hiring competent people. Darren has been practicing a form of spiritual meditation for the last 3 years. His Sifu, an elderly man in his 60s, is actually a friend of mine, which is how we got in touch. After some tough times with work and family, Darren wanted to find some meaning in his life, and life in general. Since he started, he's become, as he puts it, more in tune with reality. That's allowed him to see the bigger picture in things and not sweat the small stuff as much. But, he adds, it's also made me more sensitive. I take that as my cue to switch my recorder on, take one more sip of my kopi, and ask him to start from the beginning. It was 9 on a Wednesday morning, about 2 years ago. Darren sat on his bed, adjusting himself and his posture until he felt comfortable and began meditating, just like the Sifu had instructed. Darren's routine back then was to send his 2 boys to school by 7 a.m., drive back home to meditate for half an hour, then head down to the mini-mart where he'd normally spend the rest of the day. His wife, Sarah, was, as always, working in their study, the next room over. For about 15 minutes, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary on this particular morning. Darren tried his best to remain mindful of his breathing. Despite practicing for about a year, he'd still get distracted by the sounds of his neighborhood sometimes. The banging and drilling of construction nearby, his elderly neighbors chatting loudly outside their units, even the birds wailing their morning song. Nevertheless, he'd usually find a way to center himself eventually. But it wasn't noisy neighbors, birds, or construction that caught his attention on that day. It was the sound of children, laughing, giggling, and shrieking happily. He didn't think much of it at first. Kids at the playground downstairs, he figured. But then, as he tried to acknowledge the noise and refocus on his breathing, he realized that the laughter was growing louder. Maybe they're running around the neighborhood. He tried to reason, but there was something about the way they sounded that didn't seem right to him. These were clearly very young children,
probably no more than 8 or 9, but they still sounded older somehow. Pretty soon, however, he realized that the sound wasn't coming from the playground downstairs or even from one of the other units. It was coming from inside his flat. Leaping off the bed, Darren pulled open his bedroom door and looked around. Nothing. His front door was shut and everything seemed to be in place, or as in place as a flat with 2 young boys could be. He knocked on the door to their study, entered and asked if Sarah had been watching any videos of kids. Without looking up from her laptop, she said no. As she turned around to ask him why, she saw the look on his face. "Darren?" she said, concern creeping into her tone. "What's wrong?" Darren didn't answer, just shook his head and returned to the living room, where he saw one of his son's footballs rolling ever so slightly on its own. Darren visited his Sifu that afternoon, worried about what this all meant. His Sifu, calm, collected, and in control, asked him where he lived. When Darren told him, a look of realization came over his Sifu's face, followed by a knowing smile. He asked Darren if he was familiar with the history of the area surrounding his flat. My Sifu explained that the neighboring roads, specifically Patain Road, had been quite, how did he put it? Happening back in the 50s and 60s, Darren says with a laugh. I laugh along. I can practically hear his Sifu's gruff voice and see the old man's slightly cocked eyebrow as he talks about the area's history. Bars, brothels, women from what is still unfortunately seen as an unseemly profession, and the children that were born from those women who weren't as lucky. His Sifu explained to Darren that as he progressed with his meditation, he'd be more susceptible and sensitive to presences from the other side. He tells him that that's one of the reasons why he must always be mindful and center himself. If you can sense them, his Sifu had said, taking on a cautionary tone, then they can sense you. But his Sifu also had another less ominous piece of advice for him. Ever since then, if you come to my flat, you'll find a basket of toys outside our home, Darren tells me. He says that his boys understand that it's not for them, but for what they call their ghost brothers and sisters. He tells me that, on some mornings, he'll still pick up the faint sound of children laughing. More often than not, on those days, he'll find the toys strewn around the basket. He says that, of course, it might also be a coincidence, and that it was some of the neighbors' kids that caused the mess. But he tries not to think too much about it. His phone rings again, and he excuses himself. I nod and gesture politely, then take another sip of my kopi and switch off the recorder as he answers the call in that same calm manner as before. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at WeAreHuntu. You can also buy official merchandise on Redbubble and be one of our supporters on Patreon. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio-Technica mics.
You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps, Entry 29, Semarang, Indonesia. Agung hasn't been in Southeast Asia for a little over 20 years. His family moved to San Francisco for his father's job when he was 10, and he's lived there ever since. He's been in Singapore now for about a week for work of his own. But he made it a point to stop by Indonesia first. That's where his family hails from, specifically a town in Semarang called Banyumanik. When a mutual friend found out that he'd been in Singapore, they arranged for us to meet up. Sitting at a cafe in the heart of the CBD, sipping his flat white, Agung tells me that visiting his extended family in Semarang was eye-opening and enlightening for a number of reasons. The most important for him was getting back in touch with his roots. San Fran's all I've known for most of my life, he says. It's my home, but not my culture. And that disconnect has always made me feel a little lost. He says that even something as simple as speaking Bahasa with his relatives felt like such a big deal to him. Of course, there were other reasons why his visit to Indonesia was so eventful. So, I was having tea with my Uncle Faisal, my mum's brother, Agung says. He used to live next door to us in our apartment when I was a kid. I was just reminiscing about that place when he gave me this knowing smirk. I ask him what that smirk meant, and he responds with a smile of his own, one that's decidedly less enigmatic, I'm sure. Agung's voice goes a little higher as he leans forward eagerly. Well, he asked me if I'd ever experienced anything, out of the ordinary when I was living there. It's only then that I realize he's relating a story of his homeland to me. And in fact, to anyone, really, for the very first time. Before Agung can continue though, I quickly take out my recorder and ask him to start from the beginning. His uncle Faisal had lived in the apartment since the early 80s, nearly a decade after the government had converted the area's kampong into a housing complex. By the mid-90s, he was a happily married man, with 3 kids, 2 of whom were around Agung's age, which is why he chose to live next door to his sister and her family. Faisal loved his wife and children very much, but as with all parents, he definitely treasured his quiet time away from them too. It was a chilly October evening back in 1994. One of those rare evenings when he had their ground floor flat all to himself. His wife had taken their toddler out for a play date with her brother and his kids. His 2 older children, together with Agung, were staying over at a friend's place. He had no plans. There was no one around. There wasn't even a sound, except for the rustling of their curtains as a gentle breeze passed through their apartment. As much as he appreciated being alone though, Faisal decided it might have been a little too quiet for his liking. So, he put on one of his favorite rock albums from the 80s, laid down on the cold tile floor, closed his eyes,
and let the wailing guitars, throbbing bass, and rhythmic drums wash over him. The music took him back, and he reminisced over how quickly time had flown by. From first moving into the apartment when he was a pimply teenager, blasting this album at full volume, much to his parents' chagrin, to being a family man who knew just the right volume to play his music without annoying his other neighbors. He smiled to himself, air drumming along to the album's third track, when suddenly he heard a faint sound from outside his flat. It wasn't a familiar noise like cars or kids playing. It sounded like a soldier barking orders. Faisal got up off the floor slowly. He lowered the stereo's volume a little more. Sure enough, mixed in with the low rumbling of distant thunder and the increasingly ferocious winds, was the sound of a soldier yelling commands. What made it stranger and more terrifying was that the orders were being yelled in Japanese. Hesitantly, Faisal crept towards the living room window, which faced a small field and river, across from which was a still undeveloped forested area. Peeking out, he saw two figures marching towards the apartment building. He didn't get a good look at their faces, almost as if they were perpetually shrouded in shadow. But he recognized their uniforms. They were the Kenpatai, the Japanese military police from World War II, Agung says, trying to maintain a level tone, but clearly still fascinated by what his uncle had told him. Although he had crouched down, Faisal could not look away, even as the soldiers grew closer. No matter how close they got, though, he still couldn't see their expressions, but he knew, almost on a primal level, that they were glaring angrily at him. Faisal only snapped out of his trance the moment the spectral soldiers raised their pistols and pointed them straight at him. Instinctively, he ducked for cover, just as he heard a loud bang, and the sky seemed to fill with blinding light. As the moment passed, he looked back up, out of the window. Nothing. The Japanese soldiers were gone. Eventually, he found the courage to head outside. As he made his way out, he started to suspect that he imagined the whole thing. That wasn't gunfire, he told himself. That was just the thunder. But when he got out to the field, and as it started to rain, Faisal stood shaking at the sight of what waited for him. 2 marks in the apartment building's wall, just below where his living room's window was. 2 marks that looked a lot like bullet holes. Faisal never told his wife or any of his kids what he had seen. He didn't even tell his sister or Agung's father. Instead, the following evening, he chased his family out of the house with some flimsy excuse and called someone over to bless the house, to protect it from any wandering or malicious spirits. He'd still see the soldiers
again and again after that night, though. But from then on, they would never be marching as close to his flat as they were before. Instead, they would always be on the other side of the river, on the edge of that thick forest. And even though he still couldn't see their faces clearly, he knew that they were glaring at him, angrier than ever. Agung tells me that Faisal wasn't sure why he never saw them before that night, but he did some research into that area. During the Japanese occupation of Indonesia, Semarang was the site of the infamous Pertempuran 5 Hari, or the 5 days battle. While the battle itself happened in what is now downtown Semarang, Faisal learned that the city's residents chased the Japanese out to rural and kampung areas. Areas just like Banyumanik. I asked Agung what he thinks of all of this. I know it's weird how excited I am about it, he says with a chuckle, then continues, slightly quieter. But I finally feel like I've got this connection to my roots, and this story felt like a huge part of it for some reason. That makes sense? I smile and tell him more than you know. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at We Are Hantu. You can also buy official merchandise on Redbubble and be one of our supporters on Patreon. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio-Technica mics. You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps. Entry 30. Manila, Philippines. Lewis has been living in Singapore for about 5 years now, and he's been clean and sober for 15. We're sitting at a coffee shop along Kampong Baru Road, a short walk away from his flat on a gloomy Saturday evening. Outside, the wind's howling loudly, the clouds threatening rain, but the ominous weather stands in complete contrast to Lewis's disposition. He lets out a hearty laugh as he tells me that being a non-drinker while working in public relations tends to raise eyebrows. There's this weird impression among people who aren't in the industry that it's nothing but glitz, glamour, and decadence, he says, waving his hand flamboyantly as he rolls his eyes. I mean, yeah, there's all of that, but do they think we're planning these events while chugging Chardonnay? Sobriety, of course, didn't come easy for him. When he started his career back in the Philippines, Lewis, just like everyone else, fell for that idea that PR was all about overindulging. We didn't have a lot growing up, so I guess once I started doing well, I swung way too far in that other direction. Work hard, play harder, he says, matter-of-factly. He tells me that whenever he was under the influence, he was obnoxious, belligerent, and at his worst, verbally abusive. He says he's not using the drinks and the drugs as an excuse though. They brought up the worst in me, but the fact is that all of that was in me to begin with, he tells me, his mood somehow still up
despite the less than cheery turn the conversation's taken. He says that he eventually went sober, thanks to an intervention from his mom and his partner at the time. But there was an incident before that intervention that certainly helped shake him out of his perpetual stupor. So I take that as my cue, fish my recorder out of my bag, and when everything's set up, I ask him to start from the beginning. It was 15 years ago. Lewis had finished an event for a luxury watch brand at a hotel in downtown Manila at 10 p.m. He had spent the 4 hours after partying. When it finally came time for him to head home, he'd managed to hop into a cab and blacked out almost immediately. When he came to, he found himself not at home, but lying along the shoulder of an empty highway. It took him a second or two before he figured out roughly where he was. The highway was about a 20-minute walk away from his flat. As he stood up and dusted himself off, Lewis realized that his phone and wallet were missing. Slurring out a curse, he staggered down the highway till he found an exit and stumbled off into a dimly lit road, mildly busier than the highway. A couple of cars passed him, but judging by the look of the neighborhood, he knew better than to try and hail them down and ask for a lift. Eventually, after stopping to throw up twice, he turned a corner in front of an old high school building and came across a forested area that seemed to span a couple of blocks. Lewis spun around a bit, trying to get his bearings. He was still nursing the effects of that night's Molly and champagne, but he certainly wasn't inebriated enough to plunge headfirst into a pitch-black forest. Looking up and down the street, though, he reasoned out that this seemed to be the only way. So, hesitantly, he stumbled into the forest. Covering up a creeping sense of fear by slurring out more curses at the cabbie who'd robbed him, Lewis moved as quickly as he could through the trees. Even though he knew he was heading straight ahead, he kept getting the sense that he was somehow hopelessly lost, his eyes darting left and right for some sign that he was on the right path. Soon enough, he thought he heard the sound of cars up ahead and breathed a sigh of relief, the fear giving way to some semblance of sobriety. But that's when he heard laughter. It didn't sound malicious. It wasn't a cackle or anything like that. In fact, it was almost joyous. Lewis assumed at first that it was a woman from up ahead, where the cars were. But then he realized she seemed a whole lot closer. His eyes darted around faster, left and right, left and right. But he couldn't catch sight of her. And then he realized why. That laughter wasn't coming from around him. It was coming from above him. Lewis caught a glimpse of a human-shaped shadow up in the trees. I thought it was hopping from branch to branch at first, he says. But then I started to realize that it wasn't moving. It just disappeared and reappeared somewhere else. Throughout it all, the laughter remained joyous, but
but eerily so. Lewis started sprinting as fast as he could towards where the sound of cars was coming from. But no matter how hard he pushed himself, civilization seemed to always be out of reach. After a while, however, exhaustion and the remaining effects of the night's decadence caught up with him. The last thing he remembered before blacking out again was the sound of soft footsteps on the grass behind him, and that laughter right by his ear. When Lewis finally woke up again, he was back in his flat, lying on the couch. As he sat up, he was immediately overcome with nausea. Running to the bathroom, he threw up, more forcefully than he had the night before or on any other night. As the nausea eventually subsided, Lewis sat beside the bowl, his eyes shut, trying to piece together how he got back, when he heard the chittering of an insect. He didn't pay much attention at first, but the noise started to gnaw at him, devolving into a low buzz that seemed to overpower everything else. Opening his eyes, he winced as he looked around to find the offending bug, but couldn't see any around. Suddenly, it occurred to him where that sound was coming from. Hesitantly, he leaned over to look into the bowl. I had been cursed by a Mangkukulam, Lewis tells me, a witch. He's not sure who had asked for the curse, but he says with a chuckle that it's not like he was short of enemies at the time. He called his mother as soon as he managed to pull himself out of the toilet, and she in turn called a shaman to come over and help. He managed to alleviate the curse, but the after effects, a fever and this constant nausea, stayed with me for what felt like the longest 2 weeks of my life, Lewis says. And of course, I absolutely refused to throw up again. Despite everything he went through though, he was back to overindulging just a couple of weeks after his ordeal. If anything, more so than before. You can't be frightened out of addiction, he says. It's something you need to want to overcome. He goes quiet for just a moment, and I realize that's the first time he used that word all afternoon. Addiction. I raise my mug, and with a smile, break the silence. Hey, I'll toast to that, I tell him. If you want to discover more of Southeast Asia's other side, subscribe now and follow us on social media at We Are Hantu. You can also buy official merchandise on Redbubble and be one of our supporters on Patreon. Ghost Maps is recorded on Audio-Technica mics. You can now support Ghost Maps on Patreon and buy our official merchandise on Redbubble. Simply look for We Are Hantu or click the links in the description. Ghost Maps. Entry 31. Kedah, Malaysia. It's a chilly Saturday evening as Ross, a motherly, middle-aged woman, takes a seat across from me at a kopitiam in Woodlands. She greets me with a quietly cheery hello, and almost immediately, I'm lost in the warmth of her personality.
Okay, so
Ross owns a printing service out of Johor with a predominantly Singaporean customer base, so she finds herself shuttling between the two countries regularly. For someone who runs a pretty time-sensitive business, however,
There's none of the hurried urgency that comes with most entrepreneurs. Instead,
oh shit. To me, that's our enjoying this. Because, what subscribe to these people with us, and they do very good. Was illustrating those not those years that they're really doing. Really fucking awesome to get in there. I know. But you, yeah, hound on. Tip. Or, if you're on essential them. On like. Spotify. iTunes, or any like other music platforms where you can listen to music and platforms and stuff like music and podcasts like that. Like that either close maps or we are Houndu. Hontu. We are Hontu. And listen, because that's pretty great. If you want to post this notification, calling, what's the code to? This is the code to right here. Then we've been listening to a lot of their shit. Because of new fucking content that they make. And they're good. Very good, in my opinion. I love them. Promise me now. Stuff like that. Anyways, good night. That's almost to where I am in the fucking morning. Without, I almost pulled the 24/7, but not for almost. So I sleep on parents, but I should know. Drink ingredients of this. Now. What's to say? Everyone understands A-L-A-N-I. That's an energy drink. Div zero. Well, I could say this. Look it on can. It's the same gets vegan, but then it has vitamin D6 and 12, which around my right there keeps you fucking away. That shit using this once they want to get a job. That's very narrow and line sparing. I complain. It's word work. And I said saying gets vegan for you. Which, looking at ingredients, yeah, it's vegan. Holy shit, there's vitamin D5. There's, there's like vitamins and nutrients in there. But it says, I can say this now, if you advocate what younger sibling or your kids watching this with you, but this rate, the thing not recommended for kids, people sensitive to caffeine because energy drinks, no matter what type of energy drink get, will have some sort of caffeine in it. Otherwise, if you read the ingredients and none of the ingredients is caffeine, but there was put caffeine in almost all type of energy drinks or soda products now. Fucking lays. Like new women or women that are nursing, that probably just mess up the performance or something like that. who honestly don't give a shit. You know, kids was probably even to like kids like that are probably in middle school, probably like 8th grade, because honestly they're probably going in a bit around like puberty, like late stage puberty, and they're going to go in high school the next year. By the time they get out of middle school, you know, what their places in your cultures, but it's also it's also gluten free. So if you're a person that's sensitive to gluten, you try to find an energy that will help you. Yeah, but actually, when you pull on a thick fig, if you don't know what to do, that what I'm talking about. Also, this is not sponsored right away because my go gremlin and harass but come across these ads in the same fig. If you're trying to, if you have like food sensitivities or trying to eat limit type stuff that you don't want to eat or have fun words. Oh, many I checked also. Yeah, bigger, yeah, the natural flavor, rave. Be like, you're someone probably be a little bit upset because of natural flavoring, depending on what the natural flavoring is, but it's probably like juice or something, because honestly, the one I'm drinking right now, which I will say, is juicy peach. Peach flavor of this, fucking good. But, it's good. I'll literally drink, like, multiple cans of this. That's a also, we'll see this. Huge restaurants, yes. I always say stuff that's not safe. If you don't like, look for words they say, like restaurants, like fuck, shit, dumbass, or bitch. But I would, well, probably be, wow, not watching me because something Christian was, if I put it forward and can't say, hey, I did this, but you could feel honestly, but I care, but I will also make some content on the deal with first words. And if I live stream and I have, well, these fucking people playing in the background, this video, some of the stuff like, well, next year, centuries ago, saying, didn't if like saying the word dead or suicide in them, or the words pass away, or not living with us. This, on earth, I'm in, then you rest. I need to set a fucking alarm, because I want to wake up early. I'm tired. Well, fucking him left. Out of 4 fucking PMs that I spent like $10 on all 4. I got, yes, at the little, this grocery store, small grocery store near here. I can see, he ate a bit of money, dollar and some change on. These probably those of me having go rewards membership with them, I get for like 2, it's $5, so for 10, math. Well, there's also taxes and stuff, but even not the business. I'm hoping that they're getting more stock southwest on these bitches. Oh no, sorry. The pizza, you know. Shit, the bell won't be in here. The trend fund job. Hope you very small. Good night. Have a great morning, day, afternoon, evening, good night. Doesn't matter where you are. You like my contact. What wish to see more?